streaming. Let me check if it's streaming. There we go. It is now live. I'm going to ping the Discord.
Oh.
Alright, so we are beginning coverage on Hurricane Hilary, which has potentially made landfall in Baja California and is back over waters right now. System poses a very big threat for Southern California and into parts of Nevada and Arizona, and all the way up to Oregon and Idaho. Casper, anything to say about it?
I would just like to know that the landfall may have obviously been borderline. The National Hurricane Center in Miami, Florida haven't issued a landfall update at all. Everything's gone as normal. Obviously, the intermediate advisory's gone out. So obviously, there's not enough certainty to call a landfall, but obviously, under cases analysis, obviously there has been a landfall.
Just barely off the tip.
Just barely, yeah. Yeah. Regardless, obviously, impacts are very similar. Obviously, heavy rainfall and strong winds. We do have observations, which we will go into in a second, and a lot of data to obviously talk about.
Right, where are the observations coming from?
It'll be from the Cedros Islands. I'll send you the link.
This island right here, right?
Yeah, that'll be it.
Alright. And in theory, observations should be going down as it is passing it.
We've managed to get a minimum central pressure of 980 millibars. That is the lowest that we've got at the moment. In theory, we could extrapolate, considering obviously it wasn't exactly in the center, or depending where, depending really where you think the center went. You could, in theory, go one down. I think it would be safe to probably go with a 980 for a 12Z estimate, potentially. Yep.
Since it passed very close to the island.
Yeah.
But either way, I believe that the National Hurricane Center should have issued a landfall update because it would have hit either of the two islands, I believe.
Definitely would have, yeah.
Because there's another island right in the middle as well.
I don't believe there's any public observations on that island I can access at the moment.
So the maximum recorded wind gusts so far is 64 miles an hour. And that was around 5 hours ago.
I think that's sustained wind speed.
That's gust.
Isn't it?
Yep, sustained winds were 54 miles an hour.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Yep. Relative humidity has now been peaking out at 99%.
Yeah. So max recorded was 55 sustained gusts. I mean, there was a spike of 65 miles per hour at 1 a.m.
Oh yeah, I see that.
it sticks down. It might be floating.
If you notice something, um, it's undergoing a trough interaction now. So if this is forward west and it's in a positive PMM instead of a negative PMM,
Can you explain what
this
that
would be a
is?
legitimate. You remember that area of cold water off California?
Yes. Here, I'll pull that up right now.
Basically down to, yes, it extends basically down to Hawaii.
Yeah.
That is the negative PMM. You can clearly see it there. It's clearly evident.
Here it is. I have it on stream.
Yes, that area right there. Well, if you pull up the anomaly map, you can see it a little bit better. But you know what I'm talking about. So basically, if that was positive, which by the way, it has definitely started to weaken and go positive. But if it was fully positive all the way, it wouldn't be below average waters right now. It'd be above. It would be above average waters. So there's a possibility with that and the trough interaction that this would be a legitimate bona fide hurricane at South California landfall. But now, given the fact that it's over that, it's rather unlikely for it to occur, especially given the fact that it's probably barely a hurricane now. But what I'm saying is, if that was above average during a positive PMM, this would no doubt be going ashore as a hurricane.
Yeah.
Well, certainly, yeah. Well, certainly.
There are lots of below average temperatures here. If I pull up sea surface temperature maps, they are in the 20s, 20 Celsius,
Yeah.
around there.
Yeah, it would be, if it was a positive PMM, it would still be below 26. It'd be like 24, 25. But
That's still a lot better than 20.
yeah, given the trough interaction, it would help it at least maintain, somewhat.
So,
But another reason is that's why the first half of the EPAC season wasn't that active. If you look at July, it wasn't really that active. You could probably say that that's most likely due to the negative PMM, but also because the MJO didn't really favor the EPAC neither. Right now, the MJO actually favors Atlantic. It's currently passing the MDR, and then eventually resets in the Indian Ocean again and moves back into the Western Pacific.
Looking at the 7-day changes, it looks like the Atlantic's getting colder, and the Eastern Pacific is getting colder as well.
A big weakening of the PDO and the PMM. I mean, it's more signs that El Nino is atmospherically establishing its grip. If you want me to be honest with you, that's what that means.
El Nino's getting warmer right now.
Well, not necessarily that it's getting warmer. It's more so that it's getting more coupled with the atmosphere, meaning all the work that is done to get those above average waters in the El Nino region, it's now basically putting it to work by getting more coupled with the atmosphere. So you'll see continued effects of El Nino, which, by the way, the EPAC activity is a pretty clear indication, as well as Doris crossover that helps. But you'll see it, even further now that it's starting to get coupled more.
Right. What about rainfall totals?
That's really the whole thing.
It looks like at least 10 inches of rain is possible in parts of California. And most of the rain is going to be on the eastern side.
It looks like it's going to hit Baja California and move inland from there, like move parallel up to land and then enter through that way instead of entering through the water.
Yeah.
Which, if you want me to be honest with you, I'm not sure if that's less favorable for the storm. I mean, it would sound like it is because it's over land, but you got to realize it's closer then to the Gulf of California, which is really warm. It can go on in its outer bands there.
It's gotta be feeding its more moisture and just generally more convection.
Well, the convection appears to be weakening, but I know what you're saying. as opposed to it being over land versus being over water. In this situation, there's not really going to be a whole lot of a difference because the water is cool, you know?
Yeah. Notice that there's a lot more convection on the eastern outer bands.
Yeah, I think there would be anyways due to the trough interaction, but it's definitely something to do with the fact that there's warmer waters over there, and it allows there to be more latent heat releases. Also, another thing that might be aiding in that is the terrain of Mexico, because that specific spot of Mexico is mountainous, so I'm sure both of those factors are at work there.
Yeah, and the sea surface temperatures there are up to 31 degrees Celsius, which is really, really warm. I'll pull it up. Here it is, up to 31 degrees Celsius.
I've had people wonder if the storm tracked right up in there and tracked at the right angle, would it, yes, like that, would it intensify? Well, that's hard to answer. I would guess no.
Because of the mountainous terrain.
Right, but if it enters like right at that southern tip and it moves parallel to it, but it moves closer to the Baja California coast, then it probably would, just because of the fact that if it enters with like a closed eye wall, which this obviously didn't, but if it would have, then it would have probably been able to maintain for a little bit and go downhill.
Something I'd like to ask you is, why has the trend shifted from California?
I'm not sure.
Earlier it was looking like a landfall in California.
Well, I'm not sure, but maybe it's because with the convection becoming more separated from the center, it kind of pushes it out of line from what you'd expect. I mean, again, I don't know if that's accurate or not, but that's really the only explanation I've got.
I'm going to pull up the trend. Right, this shows how much it's shifted from east to west.
Another thing
west
too,
east.
it seems like a trough interaction is stronger than expected, and when a trough interaction takes place, it usually is associated with a northward to some sort of northeastward pull, because the way the trough moves in the westerlies, it moves in the opposite direction. So I guess you can explain that as to why it trends east, but I'm sure there's more to it than that. I haven't really looked that deeply into it. I mean, if this was something in the Western Pacific or something, I would, simply because I'd have to write an advisory or something.
Yeah.
And if I'm being honest with you, I've just enjoyed the time that I've had off after the last 6 weeks.
The Western Pacific has been extremely active. Or
and right now we have
powerful, long-lasting storms.
Right, and right now we have about a 7 to 10 day period where there's not going to be too much. But the last few days of August and entering September, it will most likely get pretty active again.
Yep. What do you think Hilary will be if it approaches Nevada? Like when it crosses the state border?
Probably just a low-end tropical storm, maybe even a tropical depression. It's probably not going to be... I mean, wind-wise, I don't really think that it matters much, because most of the heavily populated areas are not exposed to high winds, especially now that it's shifted more east. So it's mainly a rainfall thing, which this has actually helped in terms of that, because it's more east once again. And most of the population centers are a bit more west. So, I mean, I don't know. I would guess that probably a low-end storm or a depression, but I don't really expect that it's going to matter much, no matter what the intensity is, since the rainfall is really the same here. So you got to realize a lot of these areas are going to be getting, their yearly rainfall within a day.
Or three times over.
Right. Some areas like Furnace Creek, Death Valley, they're getting their yearly rainfall times 2 or 3 within 1 day. And at that point, that's, no matter...
That's crazy flash flooding.
Yeah, that's really what you have to look at a lot.
Deserts absorb water a lot slower.
Yeah, because it's almost like my house when it got flooded in Ian. This house has been sitting here for 80 years, and it's never been flooded one time. And then all of a sudden it has 5 feet of water, and of course the walls suck up all that water.
Yeah.
It's funny because there was one person that said one time, "Why can't the walls just suck up all the water?" They are. That's exactly what the problem is that they are.
And mold is an issue.
Oh well, yes, it was. It was. This is no lie. When I was taking parts of my house apart, it was so bad. It was like fur was growing.
Yeah.
That's how bad the mold was in some places. I mean, not anymore now. It's obviously doggone now. And if I'm being honest with you, it's better than it was before. But you know, at the time, it was pretty bad. And obviously, for some of these people, it won't be quite as bad. But when you have that much water in that short period of time compared to what they're used to, because they're used to having, I don't know,
very
probably
little.
only 6 inches of rain all year. I don't really know, but they're getting whatever they normally get, double that in a day. So
somebody wants us to cover the Atlantic.
Well, there's nothing really going on. Well, there's nothing of noteworthy going on. Let's put it that way.
How about let's cover every storm there, starting with 06L.
Yeah, that's just, at this point, that's probably, well, there is a burst there at the end, so it's probably still a TD, but it's not.
It's gonna die very soon.
Yeah, it's still a TD. You can see that burst there, but it's not long for this world. It's clearly not going to get named.
Yeah. The swirl is just mostly open everywhere.
Exposed, not open, but yeah.
Oh yeah.
Open would be that it's not even a storm, which it is closed still, but there's just so little convection, for so long. Like I said, there's a burst that's starting there, but that's only going to do so much. That's just going to prolong the inevitable, and the inevitable is that it's done soon.
Yeah. Alright, so next storm, it is going to be 98L.
A lot of people are saying this is a tropical storm, but it's not, because, I mean, at first glance, it kind of looks like it would be.
Yeah.
But it's not. An ASCAT showed that there's an elongated trough, so.
Because you cannot see the center just through this. I mean, you could kind of tell.
You kind of can, but I don't know. It's not going to amount to much if it does develop a short-lived system.
Now this one I believe has a lot of potential. 90L.
Yeah.
From what I've heard, that one lacks westerlies at the moment, but it could become something very soon.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it has potential to become a hurricane as it, after it passes the Dominican Republic.
When it gets out of the Caribbean, because anything that's in the Caribbean doesn't have a chance.
Yeah. The wind shear is extremely high there because of the El Nino.
Right now, conditions are actually fairly favorable, but generally,
Yeah.
It
Polls
will
are
have,
showing that it could become a high-end tropical storm there.
Or if it does develop, would be weak, like a weak storm or something before it hits there.
Yeah.
If anything, there's a possibility that it could help it tighten it up. So, it all depends on the situation. But in this situation right here, I don't think Hispaniola is going to affect it negatively too much, because it won't be too developed when it gets, when it goes through there.
But Bermuda, I think, is going to get hit pretty hard, potentially.
There really is no getting hit hard by Bermuda.
Yeah. No, I mean Bermuda getting hit hard by this.
Yeah, there really is no getting hit hard in Bermuda. It's still like Fort Knox.
Yeah. Let's see, Bermuda's over here on it, and then Bermuda's somewhere in here, just hidden because of all the models.
I think it's actually pretty near the center line of the model right there.
Yeah. And then there's a tropical wave coming off of Africa right now.
Yep, getting ready to turn north and go out to sea.
I think this system has a good shot on becoming a named storm.
definitely going to last a long time. But
Yeah.
it will last quite a long time. Yeah. Model support. It's
Yes.
going out quite a bit of time, so those are the thoughts and become something long lasting at the moment.
It's gonna be interesting to see what all these systems do. What about the Eastern Pacific? There's another potentially 2 storms that may try and form within the next 7 days.
I think that first one is the Well, now that I look at it, both of those are probably just the GFS being
Yeah.
the GFS.
Because the GFS was pretty consistent about having that other one hit Baja California and then go into California as well. Which I doubt that will happen.
Well, it wouldn't. Well, it would make sense if there is more EPAC activity directly after this, and I'm sure there will be. Just that the way that the GFS, well, I guess the Euro kind of shows it too, but it goes right. That's actually quite unusual. Go straight into Mexico this time.
Yeah. We did have something going straight towards California, so can't be too surprising.
This system actually had somewhat relatively decent amount of EPS support on the 12 the Euro, but obviously as of the latest Series D run, a lot of the signal pretty much gone down. So this did have quite a bit of support yesterday, but not much today really.
Yeah.
And by the way, I don't know if that's 90W. I think it is 90W that might develop. It has a decent amount of EPS.
It's either 98W or 99W.
I think it's 90W because
Okay.
98.
Oh, yeah.
98W South of Japan.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that one right there.
This just recently got designated. I did not see that.
99W is just a
Right
regular
here.
naked swirl. Yeah, it's just a naked swirl. It might have been a TD like 2 days ago though. And then that other one that you see south of Japan is 98W.
Yeah.
It's really broad with a lot of dry air to battle, so I don't think it'll develop. I think that it's a bit higher than the 10% we're giving it, but I don't think that it'll develop. And then that system right there that you see it develop, and that's 90W.
Yeah.
And this would
Very
be
good
within 8 days or so. This is the 7-day period. It could get that strong. I don't know though. Let me pull up
I
the Euro.
expect the EPS. I expect the Euro don't show nothing for it yet, and if I'm being honest with you, it's probably not going to for almost any system until it's
Yeah.
its signal. So I think that in the coming days you'll see the EPS gradually tick up, and then when the EPS ticks up, the operational ECM will tick up shortly after that.
Yeah, certainly.
You don't see much ensemble support with this. I mean, there is some obviously, but not as much as I was expecting.
Probably we'll see.
It should uptrend though.
We'll probably see the 27th onwards in WPAC. We'll see it get pretty active in the last week of August, and carrying into September, it'll probably be pretty active.
What about 99W? That system that had a
Again, that's just that's not a system right now.
yeah, but was it?
I mean, I don't know. I don't think so because it lacked convection most of its life. So I know it definitely had a closed low-level circulation.
Yeah,
That's not a question. But it's just it didn't have the convection that it needed. So
yeah.
I don't think so. But it's something that we'll probably take a look at in the post-analysis. But I don't really,
100%.
I don't really think that there's a strong case either way.
It was so unexpected.
There's always some unexpected systems every year, no matter which basin. You always get a few of them.
I mean, the East Pacific saw, 2 systems like this over the past, 2-3 weeks?
Correct.
With like low level circulation, so
Yeah.
we've seen a few of those lately.
Greg got named at 139.9 W.
Yeah. And also, I believe Fernanda still has a low-level circulation. It did like 12 hours ago. I don't know if it still has it.
Why did you just have a track of Hannah Manor?
Oh, that's my save thing. Whenever I pull up Zoom Earth, for some reason it goes straight to that.
Oh.
Here, let me pull up. There's Fernanda. Yeah, it's right over here.
Yeah, it's pretty much nothing at this point.
I mean, I guess there could be some gusty winds to Hawaii. It has a very broad circulation. Very.
Remember when Calvin passed like 50 miles south of the Big Island?
Yeah.
I find it funny that people say the mountain is what ended it. No, it's not.
No.
It's the condition that's just not favorable.
It was dying out mostly through it. I think it did strengthen.
It did a
Close
little
to,
bit.
yeah.
Like from right there until it got near the Big Island, yeah.
Yeah. Surprised how many storms have made it to the Central Pacific so far.
Three.
There was even one time during a La Nina where the Central Pacific was actually more favorable.
Ah, what year was that?
1983.
1983.
But 1983 was just weird.
Oh, look at that.
If you look, most of the activity was like further west.
Yeah. Nice. Did this have Central Pacific names?
I don't know if they did it back then.
No.
I mean, I really don't.
They didn't use Central Pacifics back then.
I know that
Or
in
none of them were
2000,
used.
the way in the year 2000, the naming systems and the way systems are named and a lot of things changed in almost every basin.
Yeah.
And actually, you want to know something? They didn't name storms in the North Indian Ocean until like 2003, 2004.
Oh, yeah. What do you think the impacts for Arizona will be? How much rainfall? Because it looks like most of the rainfall is going to be in California.
California will definitely get the worst of it. Arizona's probably going to get quite a bit of rain, but obviously I don't expect California to get most of it. And situation's probably going to be the worst there, but obviously I'm not gonna rule out anything bad in Arizona because stuff can happen real quick.
Oh, here's a good question. The tornado threat.
Last time I checked, I think it was
He's now it's a
large
5% tornado risk. It's slight risk.
Yeah. I did actually. I think I did see somewhere that Storm Prediction Center had noted a possible risk. But yeah, I didn't check that very lately.
Yeah.
Obviously, that we can't rule out either, but main primary risk is obviously going to be flooding, and it's going to be quite a bit of it.
Yeah, this afternoon it's going to be a couple tornadoes, potentially.
Especially with that virus rush moving obviously from Southern California and into Southern Nevada as well.
Yeah.
Definitely going to be at least
and even Western Arizona.
southwestern Arizona might actually, the southwestern part of Arizona might actually see the worst of it because they'll be.
Oh yeah, because the
just
center is
east of
going
the
to be
center.
changing where it's
Well,
going.
East of the center. Well, this is what the main thing is here, okay? This is why there will be not a lot of wind, but there will be a lot of tornado, possible severe impacts, is because
Yeah.
this is what we have to realize. The way that a PC dynamics works, it takes time for a structure to spin down, okay? Something you should realize is that it takes time for a structure to spin down.
Yeah.
Okay. And at the surface, it happens a little bit quicker than it does at the upper levels and stuff, because the surface changes lower when it's strengthening, but it changes faster when it's weakening. So
This would be a good path, right? Where it's going to go.
That's fairly reasonable, I'd say, as of the most recent motion vector and trend. So let's go with that for now. But anyways, what I'm thinking is that while the winds at the surface may be fairly weak, and there may only be like tropical storm.
Yeah. The 5% risk was issued, I believe, when the system was down here.
That are in the upper levels, because the storm is more developed in the upper levels, and that'll also be what spawns off the tornadoes that y'all have been talking about. So to me, I think it's important not to forget the upper levels. So
yeah, I remember the system was initially predicted to go like this, probably on the, or no, it was like the when this was issued. I don't think I have a back button or Control Z. There we go. It was expected to hit roughly here, I guess, and that was when the 5% was issued. So I think it might be more east than that, just a bit.
looks like it should be more at the border.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's pretty much how that goes. But yeah, like I said, you got to remember, while the winds at the surface and the organization at the surface already has weakened a lot and will weaken more, the winds in the upper levels are going to somewhat remain fairly strong, and the higher elevations are going to get some gusty winds, and there's going to be a lot of rainfall, especially in the mountains.
Yeah.
And then that's where the severe weather starts off in the mid to upper level, where there will still be a fairly decent amount of energy in the storms. So while it's weakening significantly for the air, it goes back to what I said earlier. For the area and for what they're used to in terms of rainfall, and that's pretty significant. Like something like this hitting Florida. Oh, this ain't nothing. This is just your regular rainstorm.
Yeah.
But it hits this area, this is big because they don't even get very much rain here on an annual basis.
Yeah. I remembered a system, I forgot what its name was. It was the one that went into the United Arab, that area, UAE, in the North Indian Ocean.
Gulab Shaheen.
Yeah, that one. That struck a desert, which killed the system very fast, but still it gave it very high rainfall totals.
Latest National Hurricane Center ATCF has Hilary at 65 knots, 12D.
Alright, yep. Is Recon going out into the storm right now? Yes.
Recon has taken it.
Mission number 5 in Hilary. I believe I saw them moving one of the planes over to Southern California.
Yeah.
Have they moved down to 850, or are they still flying at 700?
I do not know. They're on low-level reconnaissance. How do I check that?
Look, go over to pull up the chart
This.
to the left right there, pull it up. It looks like 9:25 actually, but we'll wait till they get in the storm because they often ascend or descend
Oh, here it is.
depending on how close they are to the center.
Yeah. Alright, so this is the island they were getting the observations from. Wouldn't it be interesting to see where the center is? Is radar showing anything?
There's no radar on it, boy. Out of range.
Because the only part that's getting really detected by radar that I'm seeing is roughly here, or hold on. Yeah, roughly here's the outer range of the radar.
It'll be South California-ish, heading into
Yeah.
past the building.
Actually, there's a better radar that's all the way in Yuma, Arizona. So basically, instead of it being right here, it's down here, which can cover more.
Yeah.
Because this one goes as far down as right here-ish. Yeah, but the velocity, you can't really see much. No flash flood warnings have been issued yet. I'm going to look at total rainfall amounts so far today. Alright, so I'll circle it. Right about right about here, it got total on radar estimates 6 inches of rain. That is, I don't know where that is. There's no city nearby. Octolio, which is right here, roughly got around 4 inches of rain. That's basically the higher amounts in the US right now. There is, of course, a lot all around this area of like 2 to 4 inches of rain.
Yeah.
Where do you think the center is right now?
Probably a little bit to the west of the main convective bulk.
So, look, see my crosshair?
A little bit west of that.
Right here?
Somewhere around there, but a little more south.
Okay, so roughly here.
Somewhere around there, yeah. Right there, right in that area. That's probably a good estimate in that area.
So this is probably the path it went so far?
Looks like it.
Right, and I'm assuming this is going to still go up like this? Or is it going to make a little curve?
Probably somewhere in between. Probably like that, I guess.
Right.
I don't really know.
When do you think it's going to approach California, like the center?
I don't know what the current motion is, but probably around 18 hours.
Well, hold on. It made this track in 4 hours. 4 hours from here to there.
Probably like more like 12 to 15 hours then.
If this isn't, I'd say maybe even 12 hours. Because it's going to be speeding up
Yeah, this probably will be
When I would
turbulence.
start using SFMR and drop sound more for the surface wind than I would flight level wind, but the problem is that it's moving near land, so that stuff becomes less reliable now.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
but this is definitely, at this point, in my opinion, probably not a hurricane anymore.
All right.
But that's just I don't know. Maybe there's observations on some of these islands.
Nah, it probably isn't a hurricane. I've just checked observations, but I think what the
Pull up observations.
on the island on Cedrus Island, we found what
Yeah,
55 miles per hour.
the observations
Well,
are
they
at
had-
4:45 a.m. Have they stopped?
No, I think they're just loading a bit slowly.
Okay.
They
Station's still
had
loading.
75 knots. They'll probably have, actually they do, I just checked, they will have 65 at the next one, the ATCF 65. But in reality, it's probably down to like 55 knots or something by now.
I'd say it's
Yeah,
70 miles an hour right now.
I mean, that's fine. There's probably some higher winds that aren't sampled by the thing, but
Yeah.
it's very obvious this is on a significant weakening trend.
Yeah. Most of the convection is gone.
Yeah, and it's probably not gonna, I mean,
Because you can see how much was over here, then just
what's gonna
fizzled
cause
out.
it to flare back up?
Huh?
There's really not anything that can cause the convection to flare back up. You know,
Yeah.
normally if you're moving in a dry air or a wind shear environment.
This is really the only area where it can fire up, probably. I've seen like, little bits of like 10 degrees more or 20 degrees more, but not
there could be there's
nothing
more
like
of a
this.
time where it could just produce a burst, but when you don't have the warm water to produce that burst, it's
Yeah. Because the center's now at around minus 50 degrees Celsius. Or like, this area, near the center. Compared to where it was at its minus 65-ish. It did try to shoot up convection right around
I know what
here.
you're saying. Yeah, the center temperature and all that's not really going to matter right now. That's only a case when you have a well-defined eye and you're speaking
Yeah.
of something at major hurricane status, which clearly we don't have anymore.
And you can see how much convection went up straight towards Arizona and Arizona and California earlier, about 3 hours ago.
Yeah.
Now these outer bands right over here, this should sustain itself for, I don't know, a couple of hours.
Those ones that are over land, they're going to be flaring up and flaring down. That's just how
Yeah.
topographic convection is.
But we got this whole entire line of storms that is going to be moving in. What other places have observations right now besides this?
I think this is pretty much the closest observations we have at the moment. Obviously,
Right.
when it makes its potential, when it makes its next landfall, we'll probably see more observations. I've got to look for those though.
See here.
Yeah, I'm gonna try find observations, but
Right.
um,
Notice a little bit of slight convection coming back over here, just not a lot. barely any because of the water temperatures. And I did notice that these sea surface temperatures are very warm right over here. I don't know what lake this is. It's in Southern California.
Lake Mead, I think. I don't know, actually.
Let me pull up sea surface temperatures. Salton Sea.
What? That's not a sea.
Oh, let me pull up Celsius.
I don't think it's going to intensify over it. So
Yeah, I don't think it's going to intensify, but I think convection could pop up from this. If it's in the outer bands, or 34 Celsius is pretty high.
It's low enough where it's pretty insignificant overall, honestly.
Yeah. So there's another lake over here. You see, Iguana Salada. Let me try and find a topographic map. Of the...
I think California is pretty flat at the coast, but when you move up the coast and you move inland, it's pretty mountainous.
Well, this is a very good image, I think. Oh yes, this is perfect. Shows everything here. Because the center's around here right now.
Yeah, and it's soon gonna hit a mountain.
Yeah, this is its main one.
That's when you go from bad to worse.
Yeah. And this area here is perfect for convection. It has a bit of time for more rain to slam into Arizona and California right around here.
Yep.
Which is where the high risk is, I believe. Yeah, but as soon as it passes this area and slams into Nevada as a potentially post-tropical system, that's not going to be too good for it. But I mean, it will be post-tropical, so, but still, I think it would get destroyed by it. Oh yeah, something I did not mention is the system that's going to be hitting Texas, a tropical disturbance. What are your thoughts on that?
Seems like a 50-50 on whether or not it develops.
I think it's going to be but like the max is probably tropical depression.
No, max is a tropical storm because coastlines, especially curved coastlines and flatlands, can really give storm a big assistance.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's only going to do so much. Like, this is actually a rare case where I would probably lean towards a mesoscale model. Like, I actually think what it's showing there is pretty realistic, honestly.
I'm going to pull up RGEM. That one should be, hopefully,
The bottom line is none of these systems in the Atlantic will really amount to anything. I mean,
this one could cause flash flooding. It is a slight risk.
Well, that's Texas. If there's any rain at all, it's going to flood there.
Yeah.
You know, it's like Texas. It's either a biblical drought. It's either a record drought or a biblical flood.
Yeah.
In between there.
Let me see.
I was in Texas. That was about 3 months ago. I was in Texas. I was in Galveston.
Okay.
If you want me to be honest with you, compared to Florida, it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Like I was looking, like people were. I got a friend there, and they're showing me around, like, yeah, so and so got married on this beach, and this happened on this beach. I'm thinking,
yeah.
That's just disgusting. because the water, okay, like the water there, it looks like you take chocolate milk and pour it in the sink. Like it's really bad. Like,
Yeah.
No joke. But I mean, we was originally going to go down by Corpus Christi, and I'm sure down there it would be cleaner. But this is the funniest thing about it. And I said, "Wow, this water is really bad compared to Florida." I just kind of said that without saying it. Well,
Yeah.
Texas. Well, the water in Texas is bad because of high population centers near the coast and hurricanes, and I just started laughing.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's so not true, because Florida has both of those a lot.
Yeah,
worse.
Miami.
Yeah, that's a bunch of malarkey.
I think the H-4 shows the quickest it could possibly develop. I doubt it's going to be able to do it that fast. Let me see all the other models. Yeah, I know this isn't going to happen. Nope. I believe California is now in the range of H-4. Yep. Very long line of rain. I think that this model might be one of the best to use now that it's on a weakening trend. Do you agree?
Maybe at this point, yes. But if we was dealing with a system that was strong, or anything of that matter, then definitely not.
Yeah.
But given the fact that we're dealing with a weaker system, it honestly doesn't seem too far off to me.
Alright, no, Western US, right? Yeah, they're showing a lot more rain on the west coast, not on the east coast of Baja California. Just on the west coast of California. I mean, the southern part of California.
So I've just checked. There's no obvious observations I can find in the expected landfall area at the moment.
Alright.
Maybe along the coast of northern Baja we can probably find something, but nothing useful that we can
There's
probably
about
use.
probably 4 to 5 times a year where you find yourself in a call like this and you're discussing a significant or a unusual land impact. Usually you're dealing with something that's of a high intensity that's coming into an area that's vulnerable to dealing with them.
Yeah.
But then you have your weird ones like this where you have a storm that's hitting an area where storms don't hit. So, it's not what I would have expected, but it is what it is. Who would imagine the first continental U.S. threat is there, right? So, But like I said, there's probably good 4 to 5 times a year where you'll find yourself sitting in a call and you're discussing a significant event or a significant landfall or something. We already had Freddie and Ilsa and Mawar.
Mocha.
Mocha, yeah, because Mocha it could have been really bad, but at the same time, let's just be honest, and it's a good thing. That area has learned how to prepare for storms.
Yeah.
10 years ago, Mocha is much worse, and we all know that.
Yeah.
But they've learned how to prepare for storms. And honestly, I was absolutely shocked that the death toll wasn't higher. Obviously, that's a good thing. But I thought, even with their advanced preparations, I thought, man, I'm not the type to predict death or
Something
anything.
I was told, though, is that the death toll might have been underreported. Because they do that sometimes in Myanmar, I think. The government there.
Yeah, well, there's 3 factors here. Number 1 is that a death toll in every storm is underreported. Do you know why that is?
Why?
Because there's some people that are quote-unquote missing. Like from Hurricane Katrina and Haiyan, they still have people that are quote-unquote missing.
Oh, yeah.
They're not missing. If they're still missing by now, they're dead. The reason why that is because when all the surge comes in, Okay, and all the surge goes out. Some bodies are swept out with the surge,
Yeah.
be seen again, to never be found again. And since they haven't found the body, they don't count it as a fatality.
Yeah.
But in reality, they're done. So
Taute is a good example of missing. 174 fatalities, 81 missing.
let me say, Tauktae was not nearly as bad as it could have been. Okay,
Yeah.
listen. I remember tracking the storm and forecasting here in the Pacific Cyclone Warning Center, and as the storm's setting out, you're seeing models. We're taking this thing to the middle of the Arabian Sea in an extremely favorable condition
Yeah.
with very waters, and we would have undoubtedly had a super cyclonic storm if it took in the original path, but it just got too close to land for too long, and too
Yeah.
close to land for too long is never a good combination. You usually have downsloping dry air effects if it's indeed rugged land, which the west coast of India certainly is. So, there was just a lot of downslope and dry air that got effect to it. If you look, I think its overall peak is at landfall. If you look at its trajectory, it kind of went away from land before it kind of swerved back in near Gujarat.
Yeah.
Right there, okay. It's just, I know it don't look like that, but it's because the timing of the GTWC and their peak is just
Yeah.
we all know the GTWC is off on the timing of intensities. Okay, like overall, they usually do a fairly decent job of assessing the intensities of storms and the peak intensities. It's just that they don't always
Right here's
get the time.
landfall.
Yeah, you
Definitely
can clearly
looks like
see that
peak.
you can clearly see that it intensified. And I think we had a 948 millibar observation as well
Yeah.
in the eye. So
Yeah, Chase, if you want a good example of missing, you would probably want to look at Freddy as well. We've got 556 missing. You've got what?
Oh wow.
Three times fatalities, and then you've got obviously 1/3 of the amount of fatalities.
Oh
We've also
yeah.
got that missing. We've got plenty of missing for Freddy. So, yeah, most likely dead, to say the least.
Yeah.
Which is sad, but, there's nothing much to be done about that.
Yeah.
yeah, it's sad. It's the reality. It's the reality of things. It's almost like
That's how the world is. You get cyclones all the time, and land's in the way. We've built on that land, and that happens. No one to blame for it.
the truth is we're in the way of the storm. So
Like, something I love about surface analysis is they'll show you where the system is and where it's expected to go on the Weather Prediction Center. Here it is at how far away is this? I think it's like 5 hours from now. Yeah. You can see how much heavy rain's expected, and then this is when the severe weather starts, mostly, with the tornadic threat. Then by 8 p.m., or so that'd be like 11 hours from now, this is where the system would be, approximately. How much rainfall there is. There's so much along the East Coast, and then you can see the low pressure.
I'm gonna say right now, I don't know if it's whatever that Caribbean one is that crosses Hispaniola. I think that's 98L.
Yeah.
That one has to be like at least 15 to 28, or the season's done. Because let me explain something here. Everybody's like, well, yeah, you're seeing your typical increase at the end of August, which is true. But this is what you have to realize. At the end of September is the end of this season because you have a strengthening El Nino.
Yeah.
You may see a storm that exists in October and November, but it's most likely not going to be strong. And not only that, but with an increase in peak climo and an MJO and all these factors aligning at the same time, if you're not able to produce at least one major hurricane out of the deal, then even if it wasn't an El Nino, that goes to show you right there that the overall basin state is really not as good as as you would think for some of these ridiculous numbers that some of these ridiculous agencies have put out there.
Yeah. Here's the flash flooding threat for the U.S. right now. And it shows parts of Mexico as well, just a bit. Um, oh, I didn't know that they just had a small, slight risk there. Alright, so San Diego's in the moderate. Where is Death Valley in this? We got Los Angeles, Long Beach. They are in the moderate risk.
Quite northeast of
I'm going to
area
McDonald's.
on the border with Nevada. That's where Death Valley is.
Sorry, say it?
I'm
Say it
going to
again?
McDonald's.
I can't see well, but I think that is, yeah.
No, 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 where is it?
Oh. Can you zoom up?
Yep. I'm gonna switch to a different day
Um,
so it's all clear.
oh yeah, you want to go way more further north than that. To the border, mate. To the border of Nevada, yeah. Somewhere there, yeah. There. Roughly around that area, that's what they're called.
There's a valley, there's another. Right. So, time to pull up the. Yeah, they'd be in the
Yeah.
high risk, probably. Oh, here it is, found it. Yep, they are in the high risk. And the high risk does extend up to parts of Nevada. And the slight risk extends all the way up to. Where's that? Idaho. And the marginal would extend up to Canada.
Canada.
That
Yeah.
an extreme event is rarely forecasted. Like, you don't often forecast a Cat 5. You don't often forecast a high-risk severe weather event, a high-risk rainfall event. So when it's forecasted, it's a pretty significant event because, like, for example, this amount of rainfall or whatever really isn't a big deal to anybody except where it is because of how little of annual rainfall they get compared to the amount of rainfall that they're going to get now. So
Yeah.
that's something that's the main storyline here, in my opinion, because it's not often that you see this. You could be tracking or forecasting for the next 25, 30 years, and most of us probably will be because this our passion is what we like to do.
Yeah.
But you could see that and not see something like this. Maybe see one or two more events, if that, like this, during that whole time. So,
This is last year we had K.
yeah, we had K, but also you got to realize this too. K was a major bust. It was a struggling monsoonal
Yeah.
system, and to some extent, some people thought this would be K at peak. I knew that it probably wouldn't be, but it was pretty
Yeah.
ridiculous too when people thought that, oh, this surefire Cat 5 here. I hate when people.
Yeah.
The only time you ever really have a surefire Cat 5 is when you're in a situation like Mawar. Like,
Yeah.
it's got 10 days of a perfect condition. At some point or another, it's going to at least hit 140. And honestly, it should hit at least 155, which it did. It hit 160. I
Yeah.
guess you could make an argument for 165 maybe, but I feel like 160 was a good assessment. But, very rarely is anything a surefire bet for Cat 5, but when it is, it's almost always in the Western Pacific, and it's almost
Yeah.
always like Mawar.
One of them that I thought was a surefire Cat 5 had to be Ilsa. It was always forecasted in the models by the
You want me to be
GFS.
honest with you? I
Yeah.
felt like it was a for surefire 125, not for higher.
Yeah.
I
That
wasn't
was very interesting.
I wasn't so confident higher than that because it did take its time at first, but it definitely made up for it at the end. So
Yeah. Yeah. Alright, so what other cities are in this? Bakersfield is in the slight, moderate border.
all
Oxnard
right,
is in the slight.
give me a second while I order here.
Alright. And if I pull up the wind speed probabilities, there is a slight 10% in Nevada, which is not something you see every day, nor every year. And damaging winds do have a 10% in parts of California. but this is somewhat outdated. It should be shifting more to the
Can I
east.
get two and cheese, sausage, egg, and cheese McMuffin? Um, a medium Coke.
All right. So it does look like most rain bands are going to be going, hitting California on the western side of the storm, but the tornado threat is on the eastern side. You can see every single little cell trying to develop. Has good spin. Has to be something that's more zoomed in.
Southern, southwestern US.
There we
There
go.
we go.
Okay, that's a lot more zoomed in. There we go. Alright, so now I can pull up. You can see all these little cells that try to form. All of these
Yeah.
have a good chance at becoming a tornado. A weak one.
And then obviously you got the majority of the rainfall on the western side as it
Yeah,
interacts with the coast. Yeah,
but the eastern side has the heaviest rainfall clusters, basically.
definitely the more
Yeah, I don't know if y'all know about it or not, but if you go to McDonald's, you should have the app. If you go to McDonald's a lot, like I just had a $20 order and it went down to $11.
Nice.
This is no listen, dude. This is no joke. I went across this country in the last in the last week. Hey, in the last week, I went all the way from Minnesota down to here,
Oh well.
and I've ate at probably 10 different places in terms of fast food, and I've been all over Colorado. I've been everywhere across this country. I haven't been to California, Nevada. I haven't been that far west, but I've been to 27 out of 50 states in this country. And this is no joke, dude. Every McDonald's I eat at, it's fine. And then I get back to this one here where I live in Naples, and I eat here, and I almost immediately feel sick after eating it.
Oh yeah.
I'm not even kidding. I don't know if that's just me or if this McDonald's is actually bad or
Yeah.
what. But that was bad. Like, I got this Buick which Casper hates, but I like it.
Alright, so the eastern parts of the system should have the biggest flash flooding threat if it just piles up on the heavy rain. The
But look,
western part should be gradual flooding.
like my car right now is at Moranti on the mileage. It's 166,872, 872 like Moranti.
So the western part should have the constant rainfall kind of flooding.
yeah, definitely more prolonged. And obviously you got more flash flooding in the
Yeah.
slums,
And also,
which would
you got to
be
realize too, like we was talking about earlier, where you got that outer band that you know flares up
yeah,
with terrain-induced convection or stuff. It all after landfall. It all depends on where that happens at. Like whether or not it happened, if it's over a populated area or not. So that's something to watch out for too in
Yeah.
terms of rainfall.
Los Angeles should get hit with a lot of rain. Here, they should have rainfall totals on this. Let me check.
There's going to be somebody somewhere that says, "Oh my God, because of climate change," especially people living in California. Oh my God, because of climate change, we now are being hit by hurricanes. But guess what? The funniest part about it is they'll mention that even though the water that is occurring over is literally below average.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
find it funny when they say that when the water is literally below average.
I don't like when people say this stuff is from climate change because it mostly isn't. I mean,
Most of the time, it's not.
rainfall,
Like
I believe, is increasing. All models have been showing that. Is a climate change, rainfall will increase.
it's more so this. Like let me put it to you for an example. Like let's say you have something that becomes strong at a Cat 5, 185 mile an hour, 900 millibar. That storm, it was going to be strong no matter what. Like
Yeah,
if you have a strong storm at 45 degrees north, that gets unusually strong. Let's say it becomes a Cat 3 at 45 degrees north. Now, at that point, maybe, or you got a solid case if you say that that's attributed somewhat to climate change.
Yeah.
It's at a higher latitude than normal. But stuff like this, it's just, they got to know when to use an example and when not to. Like, I guess you could say Harvey to some extent, its rainfall could
Yeah,
be
Harvey, rainfall, I believe.
But the whole misconception is that these events are not occurring because of it. Some of these are made a little bit worse. And in some cases, some of these events are not as bad because of it. I know that sounds weird, but let me put it to you like this. Like, you now have your sheared system is more sheared. Your strong system goes from 180 mile an hour to 185 mile an hour. I don't think at that point it really matters if it hits land at that intensity. I don't really think at that point it really matters. Like I said, if you have something at a high latitude that intensifies an unusual amount at a high latitude or something like that.
Like, I think Dawn as well could have been.
I don't even consider Dawn really, because it's just, I mean, not even that, but if Dawn would have been a Cat 3,
Oh, yeah.
then at that point you could say, okay, that's attributed to climate change.
What about Epsilon?
I mean, I don't know. I think it's maybe a little bit, but really, you got to realize none of these storms would be strong if it wasn't for the upper level cooperation.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to gauge how much each one's attributed to it. But like I said, if you're going to see a storm that's attributed by it, it's probably going to be the storm that gets an unusually strong intensity and an unusually strong place.
Yeah.
I mean, some things happen. Some things just happen. You know, right place, right time, everything's in order and stuff goes well. I mean, anomalies do happen. They don't have to be from climate change or whatever. You know, if everything goes right, stuff can go right and stuff can go how it goes.
Since I don't think Ian was from climate change.
Yeah, that's a bad. Yeah, because a strong hurricane hitting Florida in September is totally unusual. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
Yeah, Ian is normal. It's literally what's meant to happen. It's climate.
Yeah. It's actually surprising that it took that long for that to happen in this area, if anything.
Yeah.
Like, that's everybody I know here. There's people that have lived here all their life, 80 years old, and they've never seen that. Like my grandpa in 1960 in Donna, they might have had something like that. So that's really the only closest thing.
So rainfall amounts in Los Angeles could be up to 5 inches of rain, or I think that might be like a minimum, because the model doesn't show every single thing that could happen. Because there's more cells and more, there should be more localized or isolated totals. Yeah, but the highest rainfall is going to be straight down the middle of the Baja California towards California. And it's showing at noon roughly. That's when the main storms will hit. Yeah, but it's because of this whole entire line right over here. Basically where the center of the storm is trying to move. The center of the convection. It has a whole line up ready. Oh yeah, but this convection is increasing right over here. And so is this part right here at the very end. So there's little bits of convection blowing up, but the overall trend is down. Like, this was initially minus 60 degrees Celsius, now it's down to minus 45. And all the convection over Mexico is decreasing from the minus 70, 75s to now minus 60s. Everything is warming right now. Yeah, it's interesting to see that all this convection's coming back. Riley, why is that?
Well, there's just it's the typical wax and wane that you see of a weakening system or really any system. You're going to have times where convection's flaring up even in a weakening system. It's not really necessarily a sign of strengthening or anything. It's just something that happens. And, you know, another thing, too, that could be happening in this case is as it gets near land, you have some terrain-induced convection. It's not as significant in situations like this, but, you know, you could always have that as a factor. So that could be something, but I'm not surprised to see the consistently more strong line of convection over the higher terrain of Mexico.
Yeah, right over here. How long do you think it is until the center hits Baja California again?
Surface temperature.
The center's probably right here-ish.
Could be probably an hour and a half, maybe. Hour and a half. I mean, I don't know.
And this is the main spot that could get the landfall. And what is the National Hurricane Center next update?
Did we have any observations at all from this area or no?
From where? Over here?
Yeah, on land.
I don't know. Casper?
From that bit now, I haven't been able to find anything yet.
Okay, probably just, I mean, I don't think it's going to be a hurricane, though. I'm just...
Probably not. It's probably not one now, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say now 65 miles an hour.
I would probably agree, yeah.
I mean, using, ASCAP data from, 5Z, was probably a hurricane then, but probably not one anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie though, Chase. Sometimes you seem to weaken a system a bit too fast. But
Yeah.
I think in this case, you're right. I would agree with 65 miles an hour.
This thing is deteriorating quickly.
Yeah, I do weaken things a little bit too fast. Oh wait, is this the center right here? I don't know if this is it.
Hold on. Do you want to pause the loop?
Huh?
Pause the loop. So I
Post the
can
loop?
see.
Alright, hold on.
No,
Let me just...
pause it, yeah.
Oh, pause it?
Pause it, yeah.
Right, hold on. There we go. I don't think that's the center.
Mark it where you think it is.
Alright, I
Okay.
think it's over here-ish. Or here, I'll draw a dot right there. And I'm wondering if this is the other center.
I think it's probably a little bit more south.
So right here-ish, or
Go over to the east.
the east, right
Oh.
here?
No, east. No, you went north. Over east. Go
Uh-huh.
right.
Wait, hold on. Alright, which dot? This dot?
Go to the southwest of that. Or southeast of that, I mean. My
Right
bad.
here?
A little bit more, actually. The low-level center is probably near the mid-level center is probably north of that.
Alright.
That's just what I see it as based on that loop. I could be wrong.
Right here, I'll play the loop. Because it looks like it's doing one of these. I'm wondering when visible satellite's gonna come out. That will help a lot.
Well, you'd be thankful to know sunrise is coming up like literally any time now. So,
Yes, let's go.
in an hour or so, shit.
There we go. Okay, now I'm seeing just a little bits of light right through here.
Yeah, from what I can tell from IR, Riley's probably got the sensor right.
Alright.
Or near, right?
Yeah. Just gotta wait an hour for And by then, it's probably going to be near the landfall. Like, very close.
Actually, no, I reckon we could get this imagery in about half an hour or so.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, visible and got to be available too.
Yeah, it will be. Yeah, give us some time.
Well, it took an
Yeah,
hour to get
another
from
hour.
this to this.
Another hour and we'll be able to see. Because here in America on the East Coast it's 9:30 now, the West Coast is 3 hours later.
Yeah, it's 6:30. Their
Yeah,
sunrise
okay.
is 7.
Yeah, half an hour.
Where do you live at, Chase?
Huh?
Where do you live in America, right, Chase?
Yes, Florida. South Florida.
Oh, really?
Yep.
What part of Florida?
Miami-ish.
Really?
Yep. We're close by.
Well, if something comes, if a chasing opportunity comes, me and you probably link up because that's only like 2 hours away.
Yeah. How about let's talk about the Atlantic for those who just came in.
Go for it.
Starting off with Tropical Depression 6. More
Yeah,
convection
it's-
has been popping up. Since this was the one that popped up when we saw it last, now it's this.
Yeah, it's just your typical bursting convection in a sheared system.
Yeah.
It'll be hard for it to sustain, but
I'm
it'll
wondering
go
if
on.
it's going to go over the center.
It
I
might.
think it has a good chance of going over the center just temporarily.
It might expand like halfway through the center.
And if it's over the center, we don't really know if it's going to be closed or not by the time it comes off.
It's probably not going to go half the center. If anything, shear's probably meant to be glass from us.
And you can clearly tell the shear from the clouds on how it's...
Look at the outer banding of the other invest. You can even see the shear
Yeah.
from there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so basically, how to show this is... Let me just
I
make sure.
found it funny because earlier somebody on Twitter, it was Derek Ort, he said, "Yeah, Atlantis going full W pack with the monsoon trough breakdown."
No.
No, but W pack they actually become strong.
Right, take example this cloud right over here. And then if I skip ahead a bit... Or no, hold on. I'll do this one right here. This is a better example. Right here on the 55W line. And then if I skip forward, here's where it was, and then all the shears just blasting it this way. Same with everything else, they're all just getting pushed that way.
What's funny is the 55W line is pretty much the cutoff this year.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, except for your occasional couple of systems that, develop below that, or west of that, I mean.
So wait, what system is that down there on the...
I think that's 99L or 98L, one of the two.
Oh, wow. That is massive. Right, so this is 90L. That's over there. Now let's take a look at that. So basically, Tropical Depression 6 is going to be dying soon. 90L.
90L's got a very good upper level environment ahead of it.
So basically, the track of this, I think the center's somewhere around here. It's expected to go around here-ish, or hold on, a little bit more north. And then make a 90-degree angle almost, and just go that way.
It's a bit more of a smoothing between the turning points, but yeah. More like that, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it.
But basically, because of the cone, it could basically... like the whole entire Dominican Republic is probably... And Haiti could get impacts. And we don't know if it's gonna... If it even is... It's likely gonna turn, but... We don't know where it would hit out of these. Or if it just decided to go away from both.
Well, here's the unusualness here. Usually, in an El Nino, or really in most situations, anyways, here this time of year, this system would just keep going west and go west and go west.
Yeah, into the Eastern Pacific.
No, it would go into the Western Caribbean.
Ah,
And
okay.
it would either one of two things. It would either become a major hurricane, or it would get entirely sheared apart. So this is one of the rare cases where it turns dead north in this area. It almost reminds me of how Matthew turned.
Yeah,
Obviously,
that's exactly the storm I was thinking.
obviously way weaker. Not even.
Yeah.
But in terms of the crack, it's not all that different in terms of it just all of a sudden takes a sharp north turn.
Yeah. Another system that's going on right now is 98L. I think, yeah, there we go. There we go. We can see its center a bit better. Somewhere right along here. You can see the circulation going off right over here, curving in.
Now, I'm genuinely wondering if it's close by now. We did have a scat from like 13 hours ago.
And this is getting sheared, right? Sheared this way?
Yeah, it's being sheared this. Yeah. Based on visible, it would seem that it is, but sometimes I've had it look closed on visible and it's not actually closed.
It could be two circulations in there. You never know.
You know, obviously, this can be a bit misleading sometimes. But yeah, I would like to wait for a scat, but yeah, it is probably close.
And here's the Saharan dust right here. You can kind of see it. And the system, though, is heading this way, right?
Yep.
Actually, no, you might be right.
Or not north.
It'll probably be heading more west-northwest, turning more north gradually.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe more in that direction. Yeah.
And now you can see part of the next system right here. That's going to be all the way off here. It's the tropical wave.
And you can see the massive outflow boundary of Saharan dust that is shooting out.
Oh, that's what that is. Alright, I thought so. Yeah.
Yep.
Right here.
Outflow boundaries are a sign of a stable environment.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's time to look at the tropical wave. I think it should have a high chance of formation.
It looks pretty healthy. Quite convectively active at the moment.
That one could be around for a little bit.
Yeah, I could say even 7 days. Since there it is. This is where it's heading, basically.
Yeah, it's not going to amount to much because it gains so much latitude so quickly, but it could be around for a few days.
Yep. Then you can see some of our other systems. Right here.
All in all, it's 90L, the one that's in the Southeast Caribbean, right?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
That one is the one that's, I mean, that out of all these Atlantic systems, that's the one that's.
Because here are the ensembles. These are new ones, I think.
Yeah, if something amounts out of one of these, it's going to be out of that one.
Alright, so time to... Okay, Bermuda's all the way over here. Yeah, there it is. Bermuda's right over here.
If everything goes right with that one, it could be a major hurricane.
Yeah. Reminds me of Earl, kind of. Earl, when it got up here. It could fail. It could do a Fiona, but not hitting up there.
If this gets to Earl's intensity, it wouldn't be a fail. But it's more so the fact that this could be, it should probably be a hurricane, but it could be a major hurricane.
Yeah.
Plays its cards right. But it's a Fisher anyway, so.
Yeah. Well, not necessarily, because most ensembles have it close. Oh, that's too close one. Most ensembles have it a bit close to Nova Scotia or Newfoundland. My bad. So it's too early to tell, but this area could get impacts from it. Just keep in mind it could shift more to the west or to the east of it. Well, not that. But it could decide to turn a little bit earlier and just turn away. This is only the center line, so it's not too out of the ordinary to just say that it could keep going just a little bit and then turn back up here, or not that far.
Yeah.
There we go.
I mean, let me rephrase what I said. Not necessarily a Fisher, but it's not a U.S. threat. That don't mean that it's not a threat at all, obviously. But it's mainly really Bermuda is the main area within its crosshairs. And for Bermuda, this is nothing. So let's just put it this way: that it's no significant land impact.
Yeah.
Most likely occur.
The Dominican and Republican Haiti could get just like probably max tropical storm winds, and then but mainly heavy rainfall.
Yeah, heavy rainfall being the threat again. I have got information now. The tropical analysis and forecast bro have actually fixed a T3.0 for 98L, which is the one in the.
Yes, that's the system that's right here trying to develop.
I wouldn't be surprised if they have this as a tropical storm right now, to be honest. 15Z. I mean, given this fix. I mean, I still would like to see what ASCAT thinks, but at the moment.
Yeah, because I don't know if that's it could be that you just call it a tropical storm and then all of a sudden the convection just disappears and then you just see 3 little swirls.
Or you end up
That's
finding.
happened before, so.
Yeah. That's one of the most annoying things when you call something a storm and then you just everything disappears and then you see no good circulation.
Well, there's a good circulation here. I think it's just, is it one single dominant center and how tight it is?
Yeah. You never know. There could just be little circulations all in here. Or it could just be one main center that we can't see yet.
I think it's more so that's just the low level centers displaced from the mid level, but I mean anything's possible. But all those regions are why it's good to just be absolute sure have an ASCAT or something before you classify or, you know.
Alright, now time for the U.S. threat system, or one of them, is... Where do I pull it up? Gulf of Mexico, where is that? Here it is. This system right over here. Ooh, nice convection. Right. I don't think it has a low yet. At all.
No, it'll take another day, at least.
So, probably might be here by the next day. Then, no, I don't know. It might be a little bit further, like here. Because this is day 1, day 2, and then probably day 3 over here. Because there's a slight risk of flash flooding on day 3 for the lower Texas part. So, right around here, maybe it could have a low pressure. And then anywhere from here, I'd say this. Oh, my bad. Let's see. This range right here, it has a good shot at becoming a storm, even inland, like 98L of last year, as a tropical depression because of land friction.
I'm not so sure in this case it'll be the same, but your general idea makes sense.
Yeah. And then time to pull up the models. I think that the HRRR, it should have a new run. Yeah, the HRRR shows it all just a big mess and then tries to organize it within the next day and then just gradual intensification. I think the RGM model does a good job at this, showing that it will take a while to try and develop. Alright, back to Hilary.
Yeah, it's gotten pretty ugly. The
Mhm.
last pass recorded a 985 millibar.
Oh yeah. Hold on.
We're awakening substantially because I remember last night we was at 956 or something.
All right. So Hilary.
It's definitely not a hurricane anymore.
Yeah.
It went with 65 knots at the ATCF, but maybe at 15Z at the official they'll go with 60 because
They're
They-
probably good.
they should, yeah.
Yeah.
I
There we
don't- I
go.
don't-
There's recon.
Dude, that's not even. Wow, that's bad. Like, that is bad, bad, bad.
How so?
Dude, there's not even. I mean, if that's like 55 knots max, honestly.
Yeah. They have not sampled this part yet.
Yeah, I went for recon to sample.
So wait, is that the center that they went into right here?
Yeah.
Wait, so the center is moving this way?
Well, one of those could have missed the center somewhat, but
I
what
think that this one missed the center, so it was probably somewhere over here. I mean, over here. But I mean, if this is their center, they should have had a landfall. Because that's literally on land. Meaning
Yeah, I
that
think
somehow
we
the
can-
center went on land.
I mean, obviously, there's uncertainty as well. They could have probably considered.
you know, if you have
Because I think I thought it was going like this. I don't know. I'm not too sure about it in one of these.
if you've got a positive PMM, you're probably holding on to C2 right now.
Yeah.
You know.
Alright, let me pull up the models on Hilary. Alright, here's the GFS. They have it mostly dissipating very fast over Nevada. Within the next 36 hours. ECMWF. The models have been having it striking near the Baja California border area. They don't have it making landfall down over here for some reason. They have it just skirting the coastline.
To be fair, it's probably best to follow the current trends right now, which is
The National Hurricane Center, though, has had it more inland than what the models have been showing.
Yeah, because
Probably
there
should-
comes a point where you just have to go by that instead of what the models are showing. No, they're not accurate.
yeah. I could see them probably shifting the track a bit more east, obviously towards an earlier landfall, especially since that's where it's going now.
Yeah. Because you can see their cone on how it is curving away, because this is the intermediate advisory. For those who don't know, this is the cone that was issued 3 hours ago, or now maybe 5 hours ago. And this is the spot that was 2 hours ago, meaning that the cone is not updated. It was positioned here when they made this cone. So you can see, if I zoom in some, that the cone is now curved, which is not, it's not likely going to do that. It's not likely going to just curve away.
Cone's definitely going to be shifted towards a more north.
Yeah, because it could do one of these things. I don't think it's going to curve over.
Definitely not.
The line
Definitely
should do
could-
one of these. Meaning it could make, I think it's more east than that. Because if it just manages to go right through this little slot, not inland, then it could delay its landfall over to around here. And then strike. And the more east it is, the more east the tornado threat is. Let me pull up the tornado threat. Right now, oh, they have increased it. They have just made the new update. 5%, they've moved it to the border now. Because before it was right here. Then they've moved it and extended it a lot. The one in Arizona is extended as well. Now instead of it being just right here, they've extended it all the way over here. But yeah, the 5% is now in Arizona. There is not really a hail threat right now because this is a tropical. And let me pull up the radar on what could happen. Alright, so here's the system at 12Z roughly. Alright, here, ooh, you can see a whole entire line forming right over here. And that is, these are all little cells that are trying to form, and since there's really good spin in the atmosphere, they could become tornadic. Weak tornadoes. But another thing about that is these cells...
Also, it passed directly over that island with the highest gust reported, 66 mile an hour.
Okay. Right, so this area right here is where the cells are going to be at. And if multiple cells pass over one another, they're going to be having the highest rainfall rates. And so if multiple of them hit the same area, that's a major flash flooding issue. But over on this area right here, this is less rainfall amounts, but they're stacked on top of one another for hours. No break of rain.
Right. Would just like to note the new A-Scout 498L and looks like the sensor screws. They're probably going to designate it.
Send it in. Send it in the Discord.
Yeah,
or here.
Yeah, they're probably going to designate it as well.
Yeah.
Definitely see it happen. There you go.
Right.
Obviously, not all the barbs are in yet.
Did it send?
I'm yet to get NOQC, but from the barbs that obviously can be seen, there is a pretty clear closed circulation.
Did you send it in yet?
No.
Oh, there we go. Alright. Here, I'm gonna put this on stream.
Again, I would probably like to see NOQC, but from what we...
So right around here's the center, right? Like right here-ish? There's the circulation. So that's the center, right?
No. Further south.
Oh, wow. So it's almost out of the convection.
Well, yeah, it should right now. So.
Oh, wow.
But you got sensor proof.
Alright. Here, let me pull it up. 98L.
And you can also see there, obviously heading into the convection, you got winds obviously reaching 40 knots, which could be the case.
Yeah, here it is. Yeah, because the pinks here are 40 knots, and the grays are 35 knots. So the gray is tropical storm, roughly.
Yeah. So in reality...
Wait. The gray is tropical storm, right? Like, if there's just a couple of gray, that's...
I don't know what you mean by gray. It's brown.
Oh, yeah, my bad, brown. I got that wrong, sorry, my bad. Yeah, but if there was just a couple of these, that would be 35 knots, right?
No, if you had a couple of those, you could realistically on the sample get 40, but you've got actual 40 knot barbs there as well.
Yeah, in reality, I'm wondering if it might be 45 knots.
You could, but I'd go 40.
I'd go 40 as well.
I find that crazy, though, how it already has that.
I mean, it's been a while, and, you know, it's finally developed. It has taken its time to develop, and it's finally got everything at ATC. And,
alright, hold on. Is this the circulation right down... Where is it? Okay, it's so weird because it's I think I see it. It was right here, and then it's moved over here. Or did it just move inside of the center?
Put it closer to the convection.
So right around here.
Yeah, a bit more west.
Right, so over here.
Nah,
or no, right here. Ish. No, right. Oh, I see it. Right here.
Nah, more west.
More west?
Yeah, I guess that could do, yeah. I mean, you know, that's the thing. It's a bit more like south-southwest of the convection. Like, slightly in it.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see all the shear pushing it away.
Doing fairly well for itself, given the current conditions right now, and yeah, it is a TC right now. It does work well with the latest tropical analysis and forecast branch analysis.
So the main thing is, how long has it been a tropical cyclone?
Yeah, I mean, we don't know. We've just got AceCat data saying that 12C was a TC.
But could it have been 60?
Might have been one. Who knows? Yeah. We have evidence, obviously, to suggest that we have one now, and see that's the time now to designate it. It's appropriate.
Well, how good is the center right now? Like, is it solid?
I mean, that's why I'm waiting for NOPC to obviously see how well the circulation is entirely, but it looks classifiable for what.
Yeah.
Yeah, in a minute I'm gonna get off of here.
Alright. And here's 90L in the North Atlantic. So it's not necessarily going to be a fish storm. This one, I don't like how they did this, on how it curves east, curves west, curves east again.
Apparently, so obviously we got the full pass now from Cayman.
Alright, can you send it?
50 knot barbs apparently.
Yeah, I was thinking it might be. I mean, if you're having that many 35 knot barbs.
Yeah.
And that many 40 knot barbs. And a bunch of missing. There's got to be something.
I mean, we'll find out what the National Hurricane Center put for the 15Z on that BT
somewhere.
It looks pretty strong for what? First advisory.
It's gonna be interesting to see them go like 60 miles an hour. Advisory 1.
Yeah.
I doubt they would.
I mean, I feel suspicious about that bomb.
Can you send it in?
There shouldn't
there it
be
is.
anything above 40 knots.
Which one is the 50 knot barb? Casper.
Which one?
Which color is the 50 knot barb? Casper.
Hold on. I've lost him. I can't find it. It was there somewhere. Honestly, I genuinely can't find it.
Is it the light purple? Or is that 45 knot?
I think that might be 45.
I think 50 miles an hour is a good estimate.
I would probably go 45 knots. Maybe. Potentially, as my upper bound. I wouldn't go 50, 100%. But we do have Emily now. And I'll send that to you.
Wait, Emily was just...
Yeah, we have Emily now.
Nice. Alright, time to make a graphic on it. I'll go 45 on this. 45 miles an hour.
Yeah, that works.
Just for this right now, because it was just issued. I don't want to see National Hurricane Center go 40 miles an hour on this. You never know.
I mean, we'll check. The BT will probably have something in a second. Check regularly. Hold on. That's it.
Alright, so what else should we tell people? What else have we not talked about yet? Oh yeah, sea surface temperatures and convection. Riley, can you explain that? While I make the graphic?
What's that?
Sea surface temperatures and convection.
Yeah, so when you have warmer water, you have more latent heat releases, which therefore in turn is able to easily produce deeper convection. So when you take away those warm sea surface temperatures, you take away the ability to produce and sustain deep convection. And that's the main thing that we're seeing that's bringing the intensity of Hilary down, is that it's been unable to sustain due to the sea surface temperatures. So, I mean, it's pretty much as simple as that, and the weakening will continue due to that.
And what is this lake called right here, or the? Because I know that's the Baja California, but what is this area?
Gulf of California.
Alright, Gulf of California, yeah, and since that is so warm, it should be popping up convection. I think I just saw something pop up, yeah, right here.
Yeah,
a little bit to strengthen.
Between that and the topographic induced convection that you see over Mexico.
Yeah, right here.
You're definitely going to see more. Yeah, you're definitely going to see more convection on the eastern side of the system.
What pressure should Emily be?
I mean,
1003 or something.
Alright. Or 3 or something. We do 45 knots, or 40 knots to kilometers per hour. 75, alright. Code green. And National Hurricane Center is the one who did this, or is the official. And it is 10 a.m. Atlantic Standard Time. August 20th. Oh, we now have Emily. That is crazy. So now what's the next name? Franklin.
Hold on, Chase. Give me a second. Don't post that yet.
Oh shoot, I posted the wrong satellite. Alright, hold on.
it's not even that. Alright,
hold on. I'm gonna pull it up on the stream. The actual satellite of the system, so I can take it. Just making sure that is the system, right? Because the one you sent in, there's 90L, 07L, and 06L. Are we sure it's not the tropical disturbance in Mexico or the Gulf of Mexico?
see.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna get off.
Yeah. Alright, so I'm gonna pull up this. Because the system looks very good, I'd say. I mean, earlier it looked very good with the sunrise. Now it just looks like a sheared mess.
Alright, Chase, hold on. I'm just gonna give you the pressure to come on. Just ran.
Give me a what?
I'm running thingy.
Right. And I'm gonna pull this up on stream before I post it, just so everyone can see it on stream.
Well, alright, hold on. What's the pressure? 19.4. Hey, could actually go for the result.
Uh-huh. Alright, here it is on stream. Alright, this is the advisory or update on Tropical Storm Emily, 45 miles an hour, 1,003 millibars, we think, at 10 a.m. Atlantic Standard Time, August 20th, 2023. Code green, as there's not much attention with the system or any threats to land, and it's only a tropical storm. Right,
The
are we
pressure's
sure?
probably
1,003?
the pressure's probably lower than what you've estimated.
1,001?
Yeah, go ahead.
Alright.
I mean, there's a bit of leeway with how the Courtney nav calculator works, but yeah, fine, yeah, go ahead. I managed to get 1,000 millibars worked out in with the calculator.
Alright.
So you could go one down, one up.
Yeah, I'll do
1,001.
1,001 just to start. I think it could be 50 miles an hour right now, but nothing's out yet, really.
Personally, I think that's more suitable given the latest scan data that we got. You know, fine go. You know, you could be a little
I
bit.
doubt the National Hurricanes Center is able to go 40 if they want, so I don't know.
They'll probably be 45. I mean, wasn't Irma's first advisory like 45? They can start bringing. I mean,
Yeah. Right. Tropical storm Emily has just formed.
Also, I think I am looking at that right now.
And could it become a hurricane? I don't know. Hold on.
On visible imagery, I think I've seen that 90L may close potentially. I'm just observing. I think it may be closed.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
If you look deeper, I'm just gonna go on weather nodes real quick and zoom in. I think I can notice a closed circulation.
Are they gonna get that? Are we gonna get Emily and Franklin at the same time? Nah.
I mean, we don't know. I mean, I wouldn't make it too explicit that we may, because you know this thing could just flop out of nowhere. Well, the next storm could flop out of nowhere. I don't know. You know.
All right, so Emily is not expected to become a hurricane. Right?
Yeah.
Here, and let me post it. and could strengthen
Somewhat.
a bit before
Expect it to mainly south. See, that's all.
undergoes
Right,
terminal weakening out to sea.
Terminal. Connect.
Yep.
Do I need to zoom further? Hold on. I need a loop this thing.
All right, time to see if anyone has posted Emily yet. Yes, I'm betting somebody has to have posted Emily.
Well, Alan, of course. Alan the G, obviously, is going to be posting stuff, but he posts stuff literally the first thing he gets. He's always keeping his people up to date. That's what I like.
Yep.
Maybe
Alright, where's Alan right now? I don't see his tweet yet.
You'll find him. He has posted stuff. He posts stuff immediately, man.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Dang.
Hey.
8 minutes ago. Is that where you got the photo from?
Nah.
Okay, I was gonna say,
just-
imagine he edited it, and then everyone just stole the photo.
Oh, that close, I swear to God. For instance.
Alright, so let me post it on Weather Social. I am in the top 5% of accounts in Weather Social. I'm so proud.
Very good.
Alright, tropical storm Emily. Oh shoot, I need to post an image. Almost forgot that. I need an image. Can't just post text. Nope. Recently I spelled Mexico wrong. Let me pull it up. Where is it? Where is it? I know I did it wrong recently. Huh. I did do it wrong. I know I did. Because I spelled it MEIXCO. Because I've been typing Mexico so much, I was bound to make a mistake. Alright, back to the stream.
National Hurricane Center have gone with 45 knots, which makes sense. Seems appropriate.
50 miles an hour?
Yep.
Oh wow, okay. I did not expect that. Right here, I'm gonna correct it real quick. Gotta correct it. Oh shoot. One real quick. Wait a moment. Okay, well, hold on. Alright, so time to update it real quick. I'm gonna do 50 and 999. Is that right?
Give me a second. National Hurricane Center have gone with 51 1001.
1001?
Yeah. You just keep it at 1,000. Or drop it to 1,000.
I'm gonna go 999. If anything's 1,000, I gotta drop it a millibar.
Alright. Not bad.
Alright, time to post this on Twitter and change it. Sorry those who are watching the stream.
I mean, obviously, you didn't have to follow the National Hurricane Center, but I mean, it seems appropriate to up it to 40.
I did not expect them to be this based, you know. And I have to delete the other tweets since now I posted 2 tweets. Good, the only one had 3 views. Only 3 people saw the false information. I never expected the National Hurricane Center to go that high.
So obviously, yeah. Sunrise has come over Hilary now. We can use visible imagery.
Yes! Alright. Those who are still watching the stream, let me see how many of you there are. 6 of you right now. Time to pull up visible imagery on Hilary. Such a treat right now.
So it's sunrise right now. Coming there.
Right, show me the center.
I don't know if I can see it clearly yet.
Oh my god, okay, I think it might actually be right over here-ish. Because I see these clouds turning.
I'd still probably need a bit more. Yeah, I'd probably want a few more frames.
Yeah.
While it's daytime at the moment, that's figure out what it's like.
Yeah, I might have actually done one of these. I don't know. I don't think so. It was like
I'd assume, obviously, it would probably be a bit more east of your point, where you've just had it.
Alright, so right
not
over
east,
here?
No. Sorry, let me correct myself, west.
Oh,
I'm an
over
idiot.
here?
No.
Because I had it over here.
I mean...
I don't think that's the center. Is here, let me play the frames again. I don't have much. Here, hold on. Like, oh my god, okay, hold on.
That's a bit fast.
Well, hold on, I'm gonna look at these. This one's... But this one's like... And that's a lot more west than I was thinking.
I mean, that's why I want. That's why I want a few more frames visible at the moment.
But I'm wondering if it's actually making a curve straight to the west. Well, I
It'll
mean,
be
like,
slow. There'll be a gradual, slight turn to the west.
yeah, I know, but I'm wondering if it's gonna, is that's good. That's gonna prolong landfall and keep it a bit stronger.
It's probably gonna go east of the National Hurricane Center forecast.
Oh yeah,
But
hold on,
it's-
Zoom Earth. Let me pull this up. Their time is very far behind, I think.
Not really.
Exactly. Because there's their cone. That's where the center should be.
I mean,
I do not think it's there. I think it's moved slower.
probably has moved slowly.
Because this is where the National Hurricane Center put it at 8 a.m. Let me do minutes. I could do a loop of it on this. Zoom Earth does a better job at showing loops than Tropical Tidbits, I think, when it comes to visible. It's just a lot faster and smoother. Oh, wait, it's about to come into radar. Yeah, it's almost in radar view. Let me pull that up. No, it's not there yet. It's almost.
I mean, there's not going to be much to see on radar except for the amount of rainfall that's obviously occurring.
And that's something I'd like to see. I'd like to see the center of it. Because its center should almost be in it, right? I can't wait to see it curve from west to east on the radar so that you can see its... So you can see that you went past the center, because right now I'm seeing one of these. And I'm just waiting to be able to see it curve to the other direction.
Essentially, it may actually indeed be following the hurricane center forecast, maybe slightly east, but I don't think it's that much noticeable change. To be fair, it might actually be.
Also, keep in mind California's still in the cone for a landfall.
100%.
Unlikely, but...
Very badly. It is likely to come bad. Yeah, it's coming. Yeah. Impacts, as mentioned several times already, likely to be very similar to a landfall anyway. I mean, it is weakening quite quickly now. So
because the range of impacts is probably like this large.
Wouldn't matter very much if a landfall happens a lot. Impacts likely to still be similar.
Yeah, because all this stuff right here could get impacts from it, from rainfall wise, because the system's already massive. Like, if you talk about the whole entire system, somewhat like that, but man, that is large. So it curves over here and then why is it so large right now? Is that the jet stream?
What you're pointing out is more of Hilary's effects, obviously. 'Cause the system isn't that large. The whole thing isn't the system itself. The rainfall, pretty much, let's say, the rainfall maybe around north of San Diego, maybe to an extent, maybe more north of LA. That's more of
oh, whoa, there's a
mostly-
fire right now. Coyote fire.
That's mostly trough-induced rainfall. That's mainly more of that produced by the trough interaction rather than Hilary itself.
Alright, so there's something I wanted to mention though is fires. This will really help put them out. There's so many up north in Idaho. They need the rainfall. They would gladly have all the rain put out the fires, but they don't want flooding.
Very broad range of impacts from Hilary.
And you can tell how the center was messed up here from their last point. You can see how it's a complete curve on this one, but a straight line on the other.
Yeah,
Showing it's actually going to be more east. It's not gonna. It's gonna do one of these things. It should end up here somewhere. Yeah, because if this is right here, this has to be moved somewhere like over here. So one of, oop, my bad. These probably.
Something like that works.
Alright, these hurricane warnings have to go soon. And the hurricane watches, oh yeah, hurricane warnings need to go because it's no longer a hurricane likely.
Oh,
And also,
I mean, it
hurricane
depends-
watches need to go.
Depends with the national, you can send obviously out for fluctuate. If they stay 65 knots, then they'll obviously everything for Baja California storm will probably be taken off. Downgraded tropical storm warnings,
Yeah.
and then obviously the hurricane warnings for Baja California will probably stay. If they obviously downgrade it to the tropical storm, then obviously with the hurricane warnings of what be taken off, they'll be downgraded to tropical storm warnings.
Yeah.
It depends. They could make that obviously last minute override down to tropical storm strength, or they could keep it as a hurricane. There's nothing to really justify a hurricane right now, but we'll see where they go.
Yeah.
They did note that obviously the 75 knot estimate at 9Z may have been a bit generous.
Yeah. I mean, they've been going down gradually. 90, 85, 80. I think
Like
it's
you said.
70. I'm hoping they'd go 70 because, I mean, the goal is for them to go 65, but I mean, I don't think so. I think they're going to go 70.
70 is probably the best thing we're gonna get.
Yeah.
If they do an override.
Alright, here's the formation area. I did the curve before the National Hurricane Center did. I like that they did this though, to show people that it's not going to be going towards any U.S. threat really. Because that's what it looked like earlier when it was back down here, when they had it like this.
I mean, it's more of the fact that is pretty much that's the direction it's going in. At the end of the 5-day period. I think.
The Dominican
That's
Republic and
what you
Haiti
mean.
are completely in it.
Now, obviously, they've got models in range going more in that direction.
Oh wait, there's
at the end of
radar
the-
over here, but it's not. Oh yeah, hold on. There's the circulation, I think, right here.
Yeah, but you would need to observe if they've got westerlies, because obviously, that could be a circulation you can see, but whether it's a trough or not is a question. From obviously that imagery you can see there, 'cause you can't see westerlies very well, unless you go a bit more further south, and you might be able to identify them.
Hey, hold on, let me move down south. Right here, I'm gonna load up a loop.
I mean, for me to probably be able to identify the circulation, you probably need to zoom it a bit more. I don't know.
Yeah, I will.
And all
After this.
about radar. Radar's not going to be very useful right now. You can see there's obviously rainfall over.
Wait, hold on. Why are they getting radar over here?
You can see radar over the Lesser Antilles, but where obviously 90L is, there's.
But I mean, I understand that there's radar here. That's the border of it, though. How are they getting radar all the way over here?
Because there's more radar from the ABC Islands.
Ah, okay.
90L center isn't over the ABC Islands yet. Over their radar coverage.
Right,
but,
here's the line of the circulation.
If you switch to radar view over the radar coverage view, you can see that obviously it's in a radar hole, and
Hold on, how do I do that? What do I do for? What do I press?
radar view. Yeah, there you go. So you can see obviously it's in a radar hole right now. The center is
Ah, okay.
positioning. Where you can't see obviously the majority of that convective blob, you can't see that on radar yet.
Yeah.
So it's not particularly useful yet. It will be moving into the ABC Islands coverage. And the rainfall that you can see on radar.
So,
quite a bit of it
what are
was-
the winds in this right now?
Could be probably tropical depression winds. I mean, there's not really any observations nearby that you can use.
Right here, I'm gonna get a 3-hour loop of this. See
best
if that's a
observation,
westerly or not, or a trough or not.
observation you're probably gonna get is in Hispaniola, mate. It is. That's probably the next observation you're gonna get.
Alright,
The
here's
last
the
observation,
circulation for you, zoomed in.
obviously, they're not useful anymore. Assuming pressures are probably down in like low 1000s, and obviously wind. We haven't had any trouble yet. But next obs.
Alright, so what is this the circulation from it, do you think?
Oh yeah, you can see towards the end of the loop there. There you go. You've got that is closed. It appears closed.
Yeah, it is closed, yeah.
You can see there's westerly. You can see there's obviously. Yeah, that's what I was on about. Yeah, that should be closed. I mean, I would like a scat because obviously, as I mentioned before, this could be a bit deceiving, but
Yeah.
Pretty well defined circulation now. If that is closed, and
So would that make it a tropical cyclone?
I mean, probably. I mean, as I said,
Because the convection is not there over it right now. Is that
It's
from
close
shear?
enough.
It doesn't seem like it.
Nah, it's not. It's just obviously, it's just more disorganized. You can see there's convection on the west side of obviously the circulation there.
Yeah.
It's just obviously, I would like a scat to find out whether it's actually closed or not. 'Cause I know Viz looked, it looks fairly.
It looks like it's running away from the convection right now. It was under it before.
It would need some new convection to blow up over the sensor, and trust me, I'll do well.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I would like a scat.
Because if this does it, it could, like, a hurricane cannot get ruled out over in the Dominican Republic and Haiti, I don't think.
Very, very low chance from Hispaniola.
Yeah.
I would not forecast it, nor would I expect one. There's a fairly low chance. Though, from what it looks like, I think the models did kind of underdo this before Hispaniola, since it's now pretty much developed.
Yeah.
We'll see what the model shift.
Well, I mean, yeah, shear is going to prevent this from becoming a hurricane, I think.
Not really. Not before Hispaniola. Upper level conditions are quite favourable, actually.
Oh, okay.
If you check 200 millibar winds,
If I check what?
If you check 200 millibar winds on GFS, you'll see that there's a good poleward outflow channel for Hispaniola, and that should help it out. Otherwise, there's no shear against it, pretty much. It'll all be fine.
200 millibar winds, where's that? That is here.
If you flipped over to hours 60 to 72 before Hispaniola, very good poleward outflow channel should support it.
I do not like the GFS run on this, on how it curves it east to west to east. Said that before, I'll say it again.
I mean, that's not more of a GFS. That's not more of a GFS issue. That's more of a setup problem.
Yeah.
The models are probably, I think there is model agreement on that type of movement. Yeah. If you take a look at the CMC, it does kind of make that same kind of pattern movement. If you take a look at Icon, seriously, I think.
It does. Yeah.
Yeah, this isn't a GFS.
Ah, okay.
Definitely.
I just haven't really noticed that in the. Oh yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it curves straight to the east, and then it should just go curve straight from the east and then go up.
Yeah, good ensemble, dude.
Yeah, this looks the same as well. You can see the individual ensembles having it curve, but because of these ensembles are messing it up, so now it's a center line.
You can even see through the ensemble mean that there is a slight curve to the east and then obviously back to the west.
Yeah.
It's
because of all these models are messing it up, especially something like this.
Yeah. Generally, we can expect
a hurricane after, probably.
And that will be due to some, let me guess, Some dodgy ass steering. Hold on.
Yeah.
Well, oh yeah, the icon don't have it. Hold on.
Ooh, whoa, convection over 6L.
Yeah, if you take a look at 500 millibar height normalized anomaly.
Alright,
You can
6L,
see
it has
it.
covered the center. Take a look.
Yeah. There must have been some brief moment of some, I guess, less unfavorable shit. I'll take a look. Models are barely picking up on it now, though, anyway.
On
Because it's
what?
like, so,
On 6L?
on 6L, yeah.
And you can tell that the convection blow-up is not done yet because of the gradients from temperatures up there. Hold on. You can see how close it is from minus 70 to in the pot or minus 20. It is so close to each other. This whole line needs to expand more. Here, let me do that again. These are the most satisfying to me. It's just gonna expand a bit, probably over here.
Yeah, it makes this very weird interaction with the trough, and it just makes these very weird, dodgy movements.
Yeah.
Eastern and western. And yeah. So that's kind of like that. Then obviously, it accelerates, obviously.
Alright, Hilary Center. Let's figure this out.
Follows the ridge. Yeah. Then gets steered by the westerly straight past
Look
Atlantic
at this,
Canada.
is so hard to tell. Alright, visible imagery, help me out here.
Right, wait, hold on. Right, let's see how much of this is loaded in then. Let's see how much.
Oh wait, hold on, I think I almost saw it. Right, give me a moment. Oh my god, I think I keep seeing it right over here. And let me delete that. You see it? Right over here-ish.
Can you get the loop running?
Right, here you go, hold on. I'm gonna press play on it.
I can notice it. Oh.
One. Okay. I'm gonna slow down the speed.
Yeah, I think I can notice it now. Yeah, it would be pretty much. Show me, then. Hold on. Show me where you think the center is. Just mark it.
Oh, right over here.
I think it's a little bit more west than that. A bit over. Yeah, that works.
Can you explain why?
Solid. That's pretty solid. I think that's where the center is as well.
I guess so. Yeah, there's this curve.
I'm noticing it's moving a bit more west now. It's making this bit more of a westwards motion now.
I was gonna say, because I don't think it did one of these maneuvers. I honestly think it did something like this.
I mean, it was so.
Is it the National Hurricane Center cone might actually be correct here, that it is going to be doing a curve. Move.
Could be. I think it was this specific period of time where their forecast might have been a bit
off, yeah.
But I think that's just uncertainty in center. Because in reality, I don't think until now they would have had a good depiction of it.
I mean, look at the fires right now over near Los Angeles. That should be getting put out by the heavy rain. Alright, let me get a zoomer. It's lagging my computer.
Yeah. Prolonged rainfall will definitely be a threat for obviously a lot of California right now, and that will be the case, especially considering we've had prolonged rainfall from this predecessor rainfall event for let me have a look, ages now.
The relative humidity is at 100% from the island, obviously. and gusts are 38 miles per hour. Yeah, the direction has changed.
Yeah, we had a lot of its predecessor rainfall event. It's really had rainfall obviously spreading into California since yesterday for probably a whole 24 hours now, if not more. I'm just trying to find I'm just trying to look now on radar history, and I can assume
Alright,
yeah, it's probably
13Z HRRR is out. Here's
probably
the
been
center,
solid,
and they have it
solid
making
rainfall.
landfall. They have it
So,
actually avoiding. So they basically have it right here. They have it avoiding this land right here, but running up the coast. So yeah, landfall is going to be delayed by another like 2 hours. They have it entering California at 6 p.m.
Solid. Yeah, solid. There now we've had this prolonged rainfall spreading from California. Southern California's had quite a lot of flooding, I'd assume by now.
Yeah.
And there's only more to come at the moment.
I remember the Weather Prediction Center did state that multiple flash flood emergencies may come out. Oh yeah, Tropical Storm Emily has formed, yeah.
Yeah, that shouldn't be surprising. Definitely these people like to be coming up.
I'm gonna look to see if they have flood advisories out. They should. I don't know if they do that actually. No, they don't do flood advisories there right now. But yeah, I'll be able to see the flash flood warnings when they come out. Ian Ranger says a friend of mine is getting hit by it. Oh shoot. A friend of mine is getting hit by it, but I think he will be fine.
What was the thing?
Huh?
I mean, it depends what part of California your friend is getting.
Alright, Eden is watching the stream right now. And so California, okay, HRRR has increased the rain rates over California. Alright, yeah, so basically, oh yeah, all the convection over Mexico is going to be going straight into Arizona. Yeah, so basically these little cells right over here, these dark red spots, are the amounts where they can become tornadic because of this spin in the environment. If another system wants to just decide to do a little spin that way, it can easily just become a little rotation and drop a tornado. Weak though. But also, these dark reds have higher rain amounts, or higher like rain rates per hour. And so if you have multiple of them stacked on top of one another, like right over here, you can, and if you get like an hour of this kind of rain, that's flash flooding very quickly. But also for parts of California that are getting drenched in rain right now, they're getting mild amounts of rain rates per hour. But then if you factor in the fact that they're going to be getting hit with that mild amount for hours, like 18 hours at least, that's where you get another sort of flooding. Not as much flash flooding, but significant flooding over time. Yeah, the HRRR model here has a bunch of rain fall right over here. Wondering what they did with the tropical disturbance. And they show the spin. That's it. Alright, so when does the National Hurricane Center post their next update? On... Oops, wrong thing. When does the National Hurricane Center post their next update on... Oh, Emily's cone is out. Alright. So the National Hurricane Center's cone just came out. Yeah, they're thinking it's peaking right now. So after this, it's just going to be a gradual weakening. Out to sea, where it dissipates. But it has a massive wind field for where it's at right now. Let's see. The large area of low pressure we have been monitoring over the last several days to the west of the Cape Verde Islands has finally developed a well-defined circulation per recently received satellite wind data. In addition, the scatterometer wind data also suggests the system has developed a robust wind field on its northern semicircle, with Asket B/C both showing believable wind retrievals in the 40 to 45 knot range. That's 50 miles an hour. Therefore, advisories are being initiated on Tropical Storm Emily this morning with maximum sustained winds of 45 knots, which is in good agreement with the latest 12 UTC DAFB Dvorak fix. And Emily might already be near its peak intensity, and wind shear is going to substantially increase. And also we have another system called 90W that's heading towards Japan, which does have good potential. Over here, on it curves, it could do one of these maneuvers. It's just multiple ensembles are showing it going far out. That's why the center line's messed up. But I mean, the center line's kind of like it should probably be like right here. Then you got the cone of insurgency, kind of. But right now it's nothing much, but it's trying to develop. Wouldn't be surprised if this becomes a typhoon. Right, where's the good old Emily? Emily's right here. This is what it's looking like. Alright, so you can see the circulation right over here inside of it, and then wind shear is basically blowing the clouds all away from the center, because the clouds should be on top of the low, but it's getting blown away. That's what wind shear is. But the system is moving this way, and it's been moving one of these so far. And you can see all little swirls inside of this, so it's not exactly that organized, but the center, there is a center in it. Over to Hilary. We can see convection is continuing right over here. Minimal at that. And convection is starting to increase around over here due to the warm sea surface temperatures of near Baja California. And you can see this whole entire line right down here that's going to be going into Arizona, which by the time it's over there, it could become tornadic. Okay, so the center's probably right over here of it. Yeah, so by the time it's 12 hours, it's going to be all the way past the screen. Basically, it's moving so quickly. I believe we might have better imagery of this. A mezzo. We did. There's the center. Alright, so we found it. Right in here is where the center is. You could barely see it if you zoom in. Here, I'll zoom in. Yeah, you can see it's exposed. Oops, my bad. My bad. Hold on, let me move that out of the way. You can see the exposed part right there. And so the swirl is right about there. So it's basically done a little bit of a curve towards there. Which that was not expected. So it is basically heading back to where the National Hurricane Center cone did show. So despite it going east of where it was meant to be, it has decided to turn back west. Yep, the center is now visible right here. There's the storm. That's its center of circulation. And then you got all these bands everywhere still circling it. I mean, the bands are a lot larger than that, like they're all the way down here and then curving. And then soon this is going to be visible on radar. Very, very soon. Because right now, let me show you what I can see on radar. What part of the storm I can see. And because right now I can see this spot right here. And the center's right here, so it should be very, very close. The velocity's not going to show much for a while. Right. Here, I can pull it up on the Storm Prediction Center. Oh, wrong thing. Storm Prediction Center should show it on their main page. Yep. Alright, so basically the center's right about here right now. Let's see. Alright, so that's the center. This is the outer thing of the radar, so that's as far as we can see right now. And then you can also see the tropical disturbance that's trying to head towards Texas and Mexico. It's not exactly low right now, it's just a bunch of disorganized showers. It's not really doing a good spin around the center. If so, it's doing it very, very slowly. Here's the thunderstorm outlook. We're showing that California is going to be in this for a while. Something I'd like to cover now, though, is the sea surface temperatures right now in the area, because its center is right about here. And it's at around 19 degrees Celsius, or 20 degrees Celsius max, which you need 26 to sustain. And you can see the difference in sea surface temperatures up to around 33, and how, you know, the Gulf of Mexico is piping hot this year at a record. But the sea surface temperatures in this region are actually below average. Below average on what they're supposed to be. Oh, hold on. You can see it right over... Hold on. You can see this whole entire range is below average. And you can pull that up with sea surface temperature anomalies. Alright, so, new National Hurricane Center cone has just been issued. Let me pull that up. Allegedly, wrong thing. Alright, the announced tropical storm Hilary. Hilary very near the west coast of Baja California. Catastrophic and life-threatening flooding likely over Baja California and portions of the southwestern U.S. through Monday. The tropical storm force winds are in the United States now from the system. This has not happened in California since 2022 from K, and this has not happened in Arizona since the 1970s, I believe, from Nora. And yeah, flash flooding is still remains the same for today. A large threat for San Diego, Los Angeles, Bakersfield, even Las Vegas and Tonopah. Alright, and the cone does have it as a tropical storm over California. 50 miles an hour, then a 35 mile an hour post-tropical system over Nevada. Rainfall amounts, you still got another 10 inches of rain. And wind speed probabilities, we now got a 30% area inside of Nevada, first time ever. And the 90% chance is in California. I don't think they updated this yet. No, they did. So where did they put the center? Oh, okay, that's very close to landfall. And no, that other one was not updated, my bad. Alright, so that is... that should be showing up on radar fairly soon. Alright, let me pull that up. Hilary's center is allegedly right over here. I'm not buying that right now. I still believe the center is right down here. They're thinking it's around right over here. But you can see the opening of the clouds right there. And then you could tell that the other side of it right here is curving this way. That way, and you got this. So you can tell all the lows in there. Right. 90L should be our next tropical depression. Pull up its center. There it is right there. Closed, low-level circulation. Now all it needs is convection over it. showing the models on Hilary, they do take it to Canada now, and then just curve it to the east. I believe that's why. It's because they're swapping up the low from Hilary's low to an post-tropical or extratropical system's low. Here are the ensembles. Right now the system is over here, so taking that into account, it should do one of these. And time to see what's in the cone. California's coast is in the cone. Just barely right over here. And then I think, yeah, so basically the area of the tornado threat is mainly right over here. No, not there. Right over here. And then we got this threat as well. Is after the system passes, it will still be a threat. There's one that's all the way over here. There's circulation going this way. And hence why that's why there's spin-ups available. Alright, TG Kyle, how's Los Angeles? Let me pull up Los Angeles on the Storm Prediction Center. So I don't think they're doing too great right now. Right, observations, that'd be nice. There you go. Right, here's the radar. And the center's right about... It's right about here. And then you got all the wind gust right here. I believe that's what that is. Like 13 miles an hour, 29, 32. And then temperatures right now. You know, they're getting gusty conditions with heavy rain. The rain that they're getting right now is not going to stop for the next 18 hours, roughly. And so Los Angeles is up here, so you can't really see it on the imagery. I can pull up true color imagery. That's a 2 kilometer. Yeah, so Los Angeles is right about over here. And all this rain they're getting pummeled with right now, and they're going to get hit with that for the next 18 hours roughly. That's what's going to cause gradual flooding. Well, over here there's going to be individual cells with heavy rainfall per hour rates, and they're going to stack on top of one another. And if they stack on top of one another, they're going to cause flash flooding instead. So that's why there's a high risk over here, roughly, and then you got your moderates, and then you got your slights all the way up. Then you got your marginal, covers everything. Hey, Alan.
Morning.
Morning. Right, and I'm assuming you've heard of Emily.
Oh wow, it exists now. Nice.
Yeah. Here I have it on my screen right now. This is Emily right now. It was 98L. I decided to do it.
Yeah,
And it's
Yeah, we
50
all know
miles
that.
an hour. It went straight from Invest to 50 miles an hour. Because of ASCAT.
It's not for me.
And then Hilary's down to tropical storm status. And then 90L has a good circulation in it. Has a low level circulation in it. There's just so many things going on right now.
And what? How do we? It's like the bell's finally ring.
Yeah. And Hilary, finally it's sunrise over there. So now we're able to see the center circulation, which is right about here. And then you have your outer bands extending very, very far. But yeah, you can see the entire system. Well, not the entire system. You have to go to true color for that. And that's not even the entire system. The entire system's very, very large. And then there's the center circulation. And I believe it made landfall twice so far in Baja California. And I believe it's Cedar Island. But it's back out in waters, and it's going to make a third landfall.
I would say we want to get in Baja California.
Huh?
I'm typically gonna be ones to get in Baja California.
Yeah. And convection is just continuously waning, despite a few spots, like over here, and we got over here briefly, and then the ones over Mexico is waning. So I don't really see many spots. You know, it's just because the sea surface temperatures are under 20 Celsius.
Wait, and the Gulf of California is like 31 Celsius, I think.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, tropical storm winds are now in Arizona and in California in the National Hurricane Center cone. Oh yeah, and also Nevada has a 30% chance. Oh shoot, my monitor thing. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Alright, Nevada has a 30% chance of seeing tropical storm force winds, which I think that's the first time ever. Well, I accidentally pulled on the cable to connect that.
Probably would be the first time ever.
Yeah, because the National Hurricane Center hasn't really been doing that since 2017, I don't think.
I don't think Nevada has seen any tropical system ever.
Yeah, they haven't. So if it's a tropical storm there, that's going to be the first time ever.
It's probably gonna be a tropical depression.
Yeah. Or a post-tropical system. Alright, here now my monitor's back up. Let me pull that up. Alright, no, that's not it. Here it is. This yellow coloring is the 30%, this thing right here. So you got your 5% extending very far. You got your 10%. You got your 20%, and then you got your 30%. And then you got your, there is actually a 70% chance right now in Arizona. And also
to be fair,
hurricane chances are going to be, they should be gone completely. They still have it as that. Probability of hurricane force winds from Tropical Storm Hilary. We have 50 knot probabilities. We got the 10% in California. And let me pull up the... I'm going to see how much Los Angeles has right now in terms of probability. 21% chance of tropical storm force winds. San Diego, 71. Yuma, Arizona, 49%. Tijuana has 99, meaning they're already getting it likely. Santa Cruz 5%, Oxnard, California 7%. Oh my god, the map is messed up. I think I see what they did. They had to... You see how the border's messed up, right? On this?
What?
You're watching my screen, right?
Yeah.
You see how the border's messed up, right?
Oh dear God.
I don't know how they managed to do that. Okay, come on. They really messed it. They duplicated it somehow. I think they pasted a map on top of another. Because it's not just there, it's in parts of the... Okay, hold on, let me grab this. Okay, hold on. Because it's also in both sides of Mexico. New key messages. Preparations for flooding impacts across the southwestern United States should be completed, with the peak intensity of heavy rainfall expected later today through early Monday morning. The potentially historic amount of rainfall is expected to cause life-threatening to locally catastrophic flash urban and flooding, including landslides, mudslides, and debris flowing through early Monday morning. Localized flooding impacts, some significant, are expected across northern portions of the Intermountain West. Tropical storm conditions are expected across the central and northern portions of the Baja California Peninsula within the tropical storm warning area through tonight. Tropical storm conditions are expected to begin later today in portions of the southwestern U.S. within the tropical storm warning area. Winds could be particularly strong and gusty in and near areas of higher terrain. Gusty winds are expected to spread well inland across the western United States. That's why Nevada has that risk. Large swells generated by Hilary will affect portions of the Baja California Peninsula and Southern California over the next day or two. These swells are likely to cause life-threatening surf and rip current conditions. And their main thing is their cone and the flash flooding. And with the flash flooding, there's a high risk for Death Valley. Death Valley is roughly over here, which they could receive 3 times their annual rainfall totals. And we got Las Vegas, Tonopah, Bakersfield, Los Angeles, and San Diego in the moderate. And we have a bunch more cities in the slight risk. Alan, would you like to add anything?
Wait, we probably keep in mind that these areas don't see very much rain annually.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, probably several times their annual normal amount of rainfall.
Well, I'm going to search up Death Valley annual Death Valley annual rainfall total. 2 inches. 2 inches is their annual. So you know that's that's quite a lot. The amount of rainfall they're expected to get is quite a lot. Because Death Valley is in the 2 to 6 inch range, maybe even more, 2 to 10 inch range. Because 2 inches is going to be the minimum they should get. And keep in mind, this is the day 1 through 2 rainfall forecast, meaning the system, which is right here, right now, is going to be probably all the way up here by the time it, like right around here, is the cutoff, so that's when the rainfall ends. And afterwards, that's going to extend up. And there are some significant wildfires up in Idaho and Oregon that this rainfall would be much appreciated if it's not flooding to put out the fires. By Sunday 2 p.m. this is where Sunday by 2 p.m. That is their time, so that'd be 5 p.m. our time. And this is where it should be. By 8 p.m. their time, it would be around here, and by Monday 2 a.m. there's this for chances of tropical storm force winds. Keep in mind the center's moving roughly like this. So this area has the larger wind field, meaning why this side is larger. Also, this side is larger due to the fact that it's over water. Oh, Alan, did you know about the tornado threat?
Yeah, I thought it was fly.
Yeah, it's a 5% risk. They have shifted it over and expanded it. Since the positioning of the system has shifted, they had to move the 5% because it has to be on the right side of it. Which is why the 5% is so massive, and also the 2% has extended much further into Arizona.
Utah just had a
And also on day 3 there is a marginal risk in Texas from the tropical disturbance. That's right over here, and then it's going to be basically heading this way.
I'm worried what that storm can actually do.
Huh?
I'm worried about what this storm can do considering sea surface temperatures, but I don't know much about engineering and stuff.
It's going to take a while, since it has 2 days to do this. And it doesn't even have a center yet.
There's
What?
definitely it's good news because the last thing we want is another Cat 4 hitting the Gulf Coast.
Yeah. The system does have time to quickly develop. As you can see how many bursts of convection there are with this system.
It really is trying to get it back together.
And all it really needs is just to organize its center, which it should do, or it should gain a center by the time it's south of Louisiana. And then this whole entire time when it goes towards Texas or Mexico, it has a good chance of becoming a tropical storm. I'd say a high chance of a tropical depression, because keep in mind, inland it can develop as well. It still has time to do so because of land friction, just like 98L last year. But all this convection really reminds me of Arlene this year, on how many different spots there were, but this time instead of it going from east to west, it was from west to east until it formed. All it needs to get is a center, and then it's good. There we go. Tropical Storm Emily's out now, but now no imagery is out. And Alan, I want to ask your thoughts on 90L.
Oh dear God.
Have you even seen this yet?
Oh dear God. What's the model point? Oh God.
And also, it's nearly a tropical system right now, tropical cyclone, nearly. It has a center, just needs convection over it. So the models are actually downplaying it. They're downplaying it from this part, mainly, in the Caribbean. Conditions are very favorable now. Or not very, it's just there's no wind shear like there was before. So it's not going to be a Brett scenario. Yeah, what are your thoughts on this?
Why does it shoot up?
I do not know. It's trying to do a Matthew kind of scenario.
Except it fails miserably.
Because I remembered seeing this a while ago, having it going right down here and slamming into Florida. But now everything has shifted. And this could be a land threat. I mean, the Dominican Republic and Haiti should get impacts from this. And Newfoundland. Yeah. Just keep in mind, this is just the center. And also, models are actually making it curve right, then left, and then finally right. I'll pull up the GFS and CMC. Right here, let me load it. Alright, there it turns to the right, turns to the left, and then curves to the right. And then let me pull up the CMC. Curves to the right, curves to the left, then finally curves to the right. Yeah, so 90L is likely going to become Franklin. Well, actually it depends, because the tropical wave off of Africa has another good chance. Which one do you think is going to steal the name? Franklin. Because there's
90L.
What?
I'd probably say 90L.
And because we got tropical disturbance heading towards Texas, we got 90L. Then we got tropical wave. 90L is the only one really with an organized low-level circulation. So yeah, 90L would make the most sense. I mean, it's likely going to become a tropical depression within the next 24 hours. And potentially a tropical storm within the next 48 hours. But then we got the system off of Florida, the tropical disturbance, which could become a tropical storm within 48 hours as well. And we got the tropical wave off of Africa, which could become a tropical storm again within 48 hours. And Tropical Depression 6 has no chance really of trying to get it. It is blowing up a lot of convection though. which was surprising, up to minus 80 degrees Celsius. Maybe even minus 82, minus 83.
Yeah, it's doing the last except for it.
And it's done blowing up right now. You can tell how it's starting to get sheared. This line is now going to get pushed. Bye-bye. And have you seen 99W? 90W is a threat to Japan. Could become a typhoon. Oh, and the stream's going to be going on for like another 8 hours. Up until it hits California. Like crosses the California-Mexico border. We gotta see if it's a tropical storm then. Just waiting until we can see a full loop of daylight. We're like a quarter there. Yeah, this is where the center likely is. Somewhere right there. As you can see, this open area of no clouds whatsoever. And that's where it's turning. Because it has a little bit of shear when it doesn't have any convection. Oh, hold on. And then we got this whole side curving as well. We got a large area right here curving in with this. It's a very broad system. Let me do shortwave here. Yeah, no, actually this works. Let me just shorten the frame rate, or shorten the amount of frames. Oh shoot, I was on the wrong thing, my bad. Sorry those who were watching the stream, my bad. Here we go. Alright, now let me repeat this again. Let me do shortwave IR. Alright, so let me pause it. Alright, so the center is likely about right over here-ish. There's a bunch of empty space. It's kind of hard telling where the center is right now. But you can see all this. Is you got the outer bands. Then you got this little curve. Right here, it's all hard to tell. Because it might even be up here, we do not know. Alright, there is already flooding going on near Bakersfield. Allegedly, storm reports. Let me pull up where that is. Yeah, so it's in the high risk. And let me pull up the storm reports. One of them was like 30 minutes ago. Required closure on Red Rock, Ramsburg, Garlic Road. Heavy flooding in road in multiple spots. There's some more like an hour ago. Flooding and debris in roadway just east of Oak Creek / Cal Portland. A plow is required for cleanup. There's another one over an hour ago. Heavy debris on the road. So basically right over here, there's already reports of debris on the road. Actually, a little bit further south right here. Right. Hold on. Alright. So 90W. 90W is heading towards Japan area. So models over here are pretty consistent on where it's going to go. And then when it's over here, a lot of models are messing it up on this side, as it's likely going to be turning. If it does this, it could become a typhoon. Right, looking at the center of Hilary. I don't know, it might be over here somewhere. There's a tropical storm dot, the next one. Yeah, it's going to be over here within the next 12 hours. Let me look at the convection. Alright, so basically, this water all right over here, is, hold on. Come on, give me my drawing tool. Alright, all this water over here is below average. Let me pull it up on Tropical Tidbits. Alright, sea surface temperatures wise, and that's all below average. Here, let me pull it up on Eastern Pacific. Alright. You see this, all this right here is all below average. And this is what will significantly, or what's stopping the convection from continuously popping up. So if you know over here, you'll notice how warm this area is, and then it right over here, then it just stops. That's because all this area right here is below average. But Baja California is a lot warmer than usual, and it's up to 31 degrees Celsius. You need 26 degrees Celsius to support a tropical cyclone. And the middle of the center of the storm's in 20 degrees Celsius. So basically, convection can pop up over here. You'll notice this has been popping up slightly. But also the mountainous terrains over Mexico have been supporting a lot of convection. But since the center's been moving away, the convection is moving away from the mountainous terrain, no longer supporting it. So we are seeing a little bit of convection right here, but that's not a lot. Alright, so the center should come up on radar pretty soon. Almost. Alright, what we're seeing right now is a lot of, on radar, there's a lot of little storms that are fizzling or are forming right over here and are constantly getting pushed into Baja California. Here, I'll pull this up on stream. Alright, let me pull this up. Alright, come on, please work. Nope, did not work. Alright. Here, let me try this. Save GIF. Now I'm gonna send it. But basically, a lot of storms are going this way. These storms are all moving that way. They're underneath the high cloud tops. Alright, it's almost sent. I'll show it on stream. Man, that's kind of low quality. And this might be better. There we go. Alright, so basically on the radar you can see... Sorry about that. On radar you're able to see the constant formation of cells trying to form here. Every single one of them is moving this way. And also you're able to tell there's a bit of circulation right over here. And the center's roughly down here. Somewhere around there. And this is moving that way, so eventually this will appear on radar. Keep in mind it's like a naked swirl over there, so you're not going to see much rain in it. You'll be able to tell once the rain is going this way underneath it. So basically you'll be rain over here on radar, an invisible gap with a circle somewhere. And right over here, this is the slight risk. Over here, this is Yuma. And basically this is getting hit with constant rain. They're going to be moving this way for now. Just constantly and causing flash flooding. Some spots over there have 6 inches of rain, so like right over here, it's 6 inches of rain on radar. A wind report just came in from Julian that it is... Oh, no, man, that's damage. Large oak tree blocking lanes. Unable to move trees. Alright. But basically, this is clearly showing that the rain is curving. Hello. Mezzo. Oh shoot, my man. Mezzo, are you there? Alright, I can barely hear you. Hold on. Speak again.
Hello.
Alright, your volume is way too low.
Let me try it.
Here, let's see. Let me pause the music. Alright, can you try speaking louder?
Hello.
Alright, just barely.
I'm going to voice and video right now trying to...
You're what?
I'm gonna try to figure this out really fast.
Alright. Let me check something. Oh wow, that's 621 subscribers. That means more money donated. Change that. Alright, so that is 16, meaning $16 donated. Alright, so basically, the center of circulation is right here. Rainfall is constantly hitting Baja California from here. Keeps getting summoned by these warm sea surface temperatures. Just constant. I'm not noticing a lot. I'm going to check if there's anything over here on radar. Not a lot, actually. Just little bits here and there. Just not a lot. Here, I'm gonna make a new graphic. Alright, let me pull this up. Here, hold on. Sorry guys, I'm making a graphic real quick. I'll be back in like 1 moment. I'll be doing commentary in like 1 moment. Let me add this to the stream real quick. Oh shoot, I forgot to export it. My bad. There we go. Alright. Yeah, this has been going on for a while. Alright, let me add text. Oops, my bad. Wait, hold on, let me edit this. Can I have border? Oh no, I don't want that. Yes, outline, black. Alright, let me just align it. There we go. Alright, now I'm back to coverage. Let me just make sure it's working. Volume. Perfect. Alright, so back to the coverage. Alright, so Hurricane Hilary, which is now Tropical Storm Hilary. Its center is roughly right over here, in the center of that. And it is expected to move right over here within the next 12 hours. So basically like another, I don't know, 7 hours before it reaches California. Which if it were to do this and be a tropical storm over California, that would be the 4th time ever a tropical system has ever done that. And the flash flooding threat is about to begin. And the tornado threat. Right over here is where it's going to start with the tornado threat. Or no, right over... Yeah, right over here. Just slight. Mezzo, are you there?
Yeah. I just need to figure out my mic still.
Right.
Don't know why. So quiet.
It's working better now.
Okay.
Alright, so you're more of a tornado guy. So, I want you to explain this tornado threat.
So, with this storm, it has a lot of moisture. And that's great for storms. And as it's coming off the water, there's going to be a lot of isolated storms. They will congeal eventually. But if some of them move just a bit north east of the main mush of all of them, they will have a lot of humid air and a lot of space to develop and potentially put down a tornado. I don't think any of them would be extremely like large or destructive, but no tornado is safe or good.
Yeah. Right here. So look at my stream. Are you watching my screen share?
Yeah, I am.
Oh yeah, so these systems right here on the northeast, basically if they're separated from one another, become individual supercells, or cells individually, then they have a good shot at becoming a they have a good shot at gaining rotation. Since there's already lots of upper winds going this way, all they need to really do is just start a rotation this way, and then there you go. And another threat with this is flash flooding. These storms have the highest rainfall rates, and if you get multiple of these, one after another, that's when you get your flash flooding. But there is a different threat on the western part of the system. It's a lot less rainfall rates per hour, but you're going to get multiple hours filled with all this rain. Like Los Angeles, they're going to be getting this for around, I don't know, another 16 hours up until early morning or like midnight for them.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Uh, what decreases the threat of tornadoes a little bit is hurricanes usually don't thrive in a high shear environment as tornadoes do. But since there's so much humidity and all the other conditions are there, there could still be weak tornadoes.
Yeah, yeah. Shear is the shear is the killer for hurricanes, but it creates instability for tornado development, and so this area should be perfect for development. And they've moved the 5% risk. Initially, it was over here. That was right over here. That was before the cone shift or the position shift. So then they've expanded it over here, roughly. And then the 2% is now a lot larger. When do you think the tornadoes are going to start, like, the potential for them start firing up?
When as soon as the low pressure center makes landfall, the cells will probably the northern area will probably produce
Like
a lot
landfall
more.
in Baja California?
Yeah.
Alright.
As soon as that happens, I could see this cell activity picking up north
Yeah, I see it.
in Arizona and California, that area.
Yeah.
That
All these cells, right? These things?
yeah.
Yeah.
So once it makes landfall, the cell activity should pick up a bit, and then it should persist. Not late into the night, but probably around when it gets dark.
Yeah. Alright, what about the flash flooding threat? When do you think we'll see a flash flood warning?
That it maybe in the next few hours when all that rain, because when it wraps around that left side, is gonna possibly hit that area of California really hard, and it's already getting hit by rain right now. So as it just keeps persisting, you never know when NWS is actually going to put out the warning, but I'd say in the next couple of hours, because right in that area that you have circled right there, there is just going to be constant rain pushing up through it.
Yeah. Some spots already have 2 inches of rain so far today. It's not even close, really. And that's just today. That's not including yesterday's totals. How many, if any, do you think, how many flash flood emergencies?
I don't think there'll be that many. Like, I'd say 2 at most.
Alright.
Who knows?
Yeah.
And the US is ultimately the ones putting out the warnings, and they know when and where to.
Yeah. And do they issue flood advisories?
They can.
Something I've noticed is they haven't really been doing that. Wait, what's this?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. I just saw a flood advisory. Wait, that's out to sea. They issued one. Right, they issued one out to sea. That's a weird polygon, right? Alright, so the flood advisory. Let me pull this up where it's at. The flood advisory is right for this island right here, and up for this island. That's it. So basically, this area is under a flood advisory. No flood, flash flood warnings yet. How many flash flood warnings do you think there would be?
Ooh, it's gonna be, well, I don't know. It could be a pretty high number. It depends if the system moves like straight up and weakens, but I've heard there may be a chance it just goes up the coast.
Yeah.
And if it does that, it's just gonna keep on getting moisture, and there could be a significant increase in
Yeah.
storms there.
But keep in mind the sea surface temperatures all the way over here are colder. So they're not going to be producing much convection.
Yeah.
This spot right here is very warm, like 11 degrees Celsius more than over here. So it has basically 50% warmer temperatures, kind of, which is a lot from 20, which you need 26 to support tropical cyclone, a tropical cyclone, and this over here, it's not. This isn't going to help it at all because the center's not even close to it. But it will aid in lots of rainfall. Like currently, there was all this that was happening not that long ago. A lot of rain just shooting towards Baja California from east to west, and it's just an infinite generator basically. They can just take that warm water and fire up storms nonstop. And also, I was going to mention something. What was I going to mention? Pull up the screen I was at. Alright, let's see. I do not know what I was going to mention. Alright, I'm going to try and figure out where the center of this thing is. It's been such a hard task because of how it's just... I don't know if that's the center right over here. It looks like it. Oh, and pretty soon this should appear on radar. Oh, now I know what I was going to mention. There was a 79 mile per hour wind gust near Campo that is right over, let me see. It's right over here. 79 mile per hour wind gust there. There's a 69 mile per hour wind gust up here, roughly. No, not there, not there. Right over here, roughly.
Yeah.
There's large oak trees blocking lanes, 34 miles an hour. 68 miles per hour, roughly, over here. And so that 79 is hurricane force wind gusts. That is not sustained winds. Yeah, that shows that they're probably getting tropical storm force winds now. The first time since K of last year. When do you think this will make landfall?
Let me look at the movement earlier.
Huh?
It 2 to 3 hours, maybe a bit less, maybe a bit more, but in that general area.
And where do you think it would make landfall?
Up in the Orange, California area, possibly.
Orange, California?
No, that's a bit too.
It's not going to make landfall in California.
Yeah, I got looking at the wrong thing.
It's going to make landfall, like, look at my screen, somewhere within this region.
Yeah, it I'm not quite sure where it would make landfall, but yeah,
One of
wherever
the
this.
main reasons I think why is because we don't know where the center is really. I don't know if this is the
Yeah,
center. Because the
yeah,
National Hurricane Center put it up here, but there's not really an indication of that. Because right over here, it's a circulation. It's part of the it's part of the circulation. That's not the center. You can see how
yeah.
this part's moving down, and it could make landfall within an hour. We don't know. I mean, if this is its true center and it just decides to go straight up north, that would be a landfall.
That's really hard to find the center there. Wow. Kind of looked like it was a bit farther north and west just a bit ago, and now kind of just moved.
Sorry, repeat that.
It looked like there was a circulation or a center like a bit north and west up there in the beginning of the loop, and then now it kind of just moved.
Oh my god, sorry, hold on.
Ah.
Alright, now repeat yourself.
So it kind of looked like there was a center like a bit north and west of what it's looking like now, and then it just kind of like stopped and then formed a bit more.
Because it looked like it just did one of these maneuvers, basically.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's correct, though, because systems like this aren't supposed to do that. And I don't know why it's looking like it's doing that.
That was really weird.
Because if it's doing that, that's going to be a quicker landfall.
Yeah.
Oh, or isn't recon in it? Hold on. Okay, so the center is roughly there.
Okay.
It's a little bit to the left. And yeah, oh yeah, and if you notice the recon plane, they're not going on land at all. They're completely avoiding it there, just so that they can't really, they have to rely on observations here if there are any.
Mhm.
Yeah, see, they're just gonna go do one of these things maybe. I doubt that. They're not gonna go all the way. They're gonna do one of, like this. Yeah, but it's not looking too good for the system if we're only seeing 55 knot barbs. It's likely a 60-mile-an-hour storm. I am going to start doing hourly graphics on the storm. Let me just check it real quick. Here, let me enable the music. Or keep talking about the system.
Okay. So what we are looking at is a tropical storm that could impact areas in even as far up as Nevada. So like all this whole system has multiple different places. There's a main tropical storm that the center is hard to actually find. I think we found it now. And then up here, up in the waters uh in Mexico there, it's like 50% hotter than in the Pacific, and it's generating a lot of storms, a lot of convection. So that's going to cause a flooding threat for people up the line in Southern California, Western Arizona, and just the southern tip of Nevada. So flooding is probably one of the biggest problems with this, as well as the wind threat. There have been reported 75-mile-per-hour winds and 65-mile-per-hour winds near the San Diego area. And yeah, you don't want to be outside or driving in this at all. And if you don't be, yeah, just don't be outside because this isn't good. It's raining heavily and the winds are crazy. There are reports of trees across roads, so you could get trapped out there and it could be a sticky situation to get out of. So you don't want to be out and about driving around if you're in the San Diego area or anywhere in. Oh, we don't have this light risk pulled up. But if you go on to NWS's, well, the storm predictors, yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah. So if you're anywhere in those highlighted areas, you don't want to be outside unless you're more north, in the yellows and greens up north. Then you may want to grab some things and then you're going to have to hunker down. Yeah, you don't want to be out and about or doing anything outside because
Flooding is
there are
a
big
very
storms.
big threat. Same with
Yeah,
wind on this.
yes. And eventually, as we go later on into the afternoon, there could possibly be a tornado threat.
It's going to be like the tornadoes aren't going to be that bad, but still.
Yeah, because hurricanes and tropical storms usually thrive in low shear environments, and shear starts up tornadoes. But there's a lot of moisture and convection around here, so that could start up a weak tornado. But even weak tornadoes should not be played around with. They are all tornadoes are dangerous. None of them are good.
Yeah, yeah. Almost done with the graphic.
Okay. So,
Oh my bad, hold on, this might mess up the stream. Hold on. There we go. Right. Make sure it's still working. Right. Post this on Twitter. Here, I'm going to send this in to put it on stream real quick.
okay.
There it is. That's the system. It's code orange because of the All right, hold on. It's code orange mainly because of the U.S. threats, as well as how many people are under warnings, mainly because of Los Angeles, um, and also mainly because of rainfall totals above 10 inches, which is fairly high for a tropical cyclone like this. Um, and the intensity does not have anything to do with this, as it's just a tropical storm. Let's see, what time is it right now in Zulu? Okay, I do not know. Let me search this up. Alright, it's 4 p.m. there. That is 16Z. Yeah. Alright, hold on. I'm just posting something. Hashtag Tropical Storm Hilary is gradually weakening and is close to a landfall in Baja California, and poses a significant threat to California, Nevada, and Arizona regarding flash flooding. Right, now let me do Hilary, Hurricane Hilary. Almost. Right, got the update out. I think. Hold on. Make sure it's still alive. Alright, good. Alright, back to the system. So, how about the Atlantic? We have not talked about that in a while. Have you seen the update with Tropical Storm Emily? Have you seen it yet?
No, I have not.
Alright, so, this is gonna be fun. Tropical Storm Emily has formed in ASCAT Pass. Basically what that is a satellite showing, looking at the waves to determine how strong the system is. And it also shows circulation. Basically, there was all these clouds on top of the center, so we couldn't tell if it was closed or not. But now with ASCAT, it showed that it is a closed circulation, and it is now a tropical storm, Tropical Storm Emily. And ASCAT showed 50-mile-an-hour winds. So the system went straight from invest to 50-mile-an-hour tropical storm. That doesn't happen very often. Normally it's invest to tropical depression, then tropical storm. But this is a 50-mile-an-hour tropical storm. And it's likely peaking right now. And it is no threat to land, thankfully. If I pull up the cone, it is just going to head away slowly, weaken, out to sea, not threaten anything. The cone does not extend past this, it's just going to fizzle out over here. And then there is Tropical Depression 6 in the Atlantic. This system is actually doing quite well now. It looked like it was going to die out. Now it's looking like it will.
Now it looks like it's going to again.
Yeah.
You see how it like pushes against it?
Yeah,
like,
that is so funny.
again?
Yeah, you could just see how it just, pushes out. Then it just fades out again. It just zooms in.
I don't think that it's going to be named unless like some random ASCAT pass shows like a 35 knots or higher, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah.
It hasn't been able to sustain long enough, and now, like you said, it's now reversing it and going back again.
Yeah,
so.
you could just see the bursts of clouds get pushed in the other direction from wind shear. And that system's just going to die out very soon. There's the cone. Within 36 hours, it's going to be gone. Probably sooner. Well, no. The swirl is going to probably last that long. And then we have a tropical wave that has a good chance of formation. Let me pull that up. Alright, so here, let me grab my drawing tool. There we go. This is Emily right here. This system, it's heading out this way. Oop, my bad. Yeah, it's heading out this way. And then we got this good looking tropical wave that's going to be moving this way. And it could last for 7 days, which means it has a lot of time to try and develop. Which it's looking like it might actually do that. It is not invest tagged yet, so we have to look at models for this actual. If we pull up North Atlantic. Oh yeah, there's a new run that just came out. Oh yeah, and there's another system we have to cover. 2 more. It shows the system developing. Within 5 days, it's a well-structured tropical storm. I don't think it's going to be like that. It might just be a minimal tropical storm or a moderate tropical storm. But that's that. Now, time for the Gulf of Mexico one. It is looking very well. Constant burst of convection because this area is extremely warm. With over 30 degrees Celsius water, so rapid intensification can occur. The thing is, this system does not even have a low pressure yet. Huh?
Yeah. For that reason, there's not enough time for if you had an already established system moving
If this
into
had a
that,
low,
then
it could become a hurricane.
right, but it doesn't as of yet, but probably by tomorrow.
Yeah, so basically when it reaches like this area roughly, it will have a low, and basically it's likely gonna get tropical storm status minimal at that, and then just weaken. So it's not this big threat. There is a slight risk of flash flooding, not as big as Hilary's high risk. High risk is
Right.
70% chance at least of excessive rainfall. Slight is 15%. And this actually reminds me of Arlene a lot on how it's just constant blobs forming. But Arlene had to face wind shear. I don't know about this system. This system doesn't have to, right? Riley?
What's that?
Is this going to face wind shear?
I mean, some, but it's not going to be really that unfavorable. It's more so that it just doesn't have as much time
Yeah.
as it needs.
Alright, now time for the big baddie of the... this is one of the make or break moments for the season. This is 90L, which already has a low-level circulation organized at that. Right over here is that center, Riley. I don't think you were there when me and Casper were talking about it.
Yeah, I can see it. It's clearly there, and it's also clearly being sheared. So
Yeah. Do you think, like, when do you think this will be a tropical depression or a tropical cyclone?
well, I think it'll probably develop before it gets to Hispaniola, but I'm not really expecting too much before then. And then afterwards, it could become a hurricane under a trough interaction.
Right, but what does this need to become a tropical cyclone?
Well, it's a fairly broad and subjective definition, but I think it just more so, in this case, probably just needs to sustain its current level of organization a little bit more or improve a little bit more.
Yeah, it just needs this convection on the center. Basically, this does not really count right now.
Well, no, it counts. It's just
Yeah.
that it's not really that organized yet, and it hasn't been able to sustain. So if that's able to occur, then it would probably become a
Yeah.
tropical storm, which I think will occur before it hits Hispaniola. But
How long though do you think that'd be?
Anywhere between 12 and 24 hours, depending on, the strictness of the criteria that
Okay,
they're
yeah.
using and how well it's able to do over the next day. So I would say that's probably, but mostly I would just expect a week, maybe a mid-grade tropical storm before Hispaniola, and then after that, it'll probably become a hurricane in the open Atlantic under a trough interaction as it heads near Bermuda, because
Yep.
there will be some shear, but the trough interaction should help overcome that. As you can see right there, the ensembles after about hour 96, and especially after hour 120, you can see how they, start to almost unanimously agree.
And they have a
Some
lot
degree
of consistency with the ensembles. That's
they
what's
show-
shown
they
in
all show some
hurricanes.
strength.
If multiple ensembles like this, and the black line shows low pressures like this, that's most likely an indication of hurricane. Because most of the time, all the ensembles would be, if they're strong ones, then most of them would be weak. But all of these are basically strong.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to reach the 960s. It might.
It
But,
should, but when it should, but you have to realize that
Pressure's different when you're up there.
right, and it's a lot dependent on how well it's able to hold together over Hispaniola. If it's barely a storm coming off, then probably go on the lower end of the guide.
So wait, where are the mountains here? It's over Dominican Republic, right?
Everywhere except the eastern part. That's the only mountains that the Atlantic Basin has, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. So, right in that area, I mean, but
That
like I said,
that might kill it, and
it could, but at the
it reorganized. But I mean, it might
but
just
if it does kill it off, then it would probably hurt it. But I don't think it should.
yeah.
It'll just basically just set it back to a low end tropical storm.
Hmm. But if it weakens to tropical depression, then it has more work to do than if it was just a weekend tropical storm coming out of there. Either way, though, it will have time to, or like it needs time, and it will have that time to rebuild its structure if it gets torn apart.
It's just that with the way trough interactions work, troughs bring shear, but the outflow that they bring significantly overpowers it. So I'm going to give an example. If this system entered the trough interaction and it wasn't a TC,
Can you
or was
explain
very
a trough interaction?
yeah. If it enters the trough interaction, then it would, and it was weak, then it probably would not do much because of the fact that it would spend most of its time reorganizing in these sort of environments.
Yeah. But what is a trough interaction?
Okay, a trough interaction is exactly what it sounds like. Where a storm interacts with the trough. So the trough is moving eastward, usually, on the mid-latitude westerlies, like right here we're seeing in the mid-latitude. And what it does is it's a low-pressure area, so it attracts low pressures, attract the storm to low pressure. So it begins to move in phase.
Oh, hold on. Wait a moment. I have the Weather Prediction Center thing, I think. Kind of.
Anyways, to sum it up real quick, it moves in phase with the trough, and it provides a good outflow to the north.
Is this with it? This right here? Roughly, that's a cold front, I know, but...
That's not really necessary. You can kind of see it if you go back. You see how that moves off
this thing.
Well, a trough is associated with cold front. It's worth noting. So, but anyways, to sum it up, it's basically it provides an outflow on the poleward side, and outflow poleward is like an exhaust for a car, and for a storm, it's the breath. So it's able to breathe better. But when it's able to breathe better,
and this is the trough right here, right?
Right. That would be correct. If you want to see it better, go to the 500 millibar height now. You'll see it more clearly there.
500 millibar height anomaly?
Yep. All right. Now, that's a pretty big and a pretty deep trough. But if you see it, you can see how right there. Okay, so anyways, let me sum this up real quick so the chat understands.
Right.
Basically, when a storm interacts with a trough in a favorable way, it provides outflow to it. It does provide some southerly shear or northerly shear in the case of the southern hemisphere, but it does indeed provide a much improved outflow that usually overpowers the shear that is associated with it. But that's another reason why it's important for the system to be somewhat developed, because a weaker system would succumb to that shear, while a stronger system is able to take advantage of the stronger outflow that it provides. So if it exits Hispaniola and it's not completely about to dissipate, then I think this has a strong shot of becoming a hurricane. Let me just wrap it up with that.
And potentially a major, if it wants to. That's the thing.
Potentially, but I would say as of now, that's probably only like 30-40% chance. But it's not impossible yet.
All right. So didn't Ian have a trough interaction?
Ian had a jet interaction.
Oh,
that's far more powerful than a trough.
Yeah, my bad.
That's far more powerful.
Yeah. Right. Now that we covered all those systems, back to Hilary. Hilary's center is doing a little bit of moving around.
Well, with the visible imagery, it's clearly visible now.
Yeah, but it is moving in a weird way. It moved from west to east, it looked like. Like, it went from, it's basically here, then it moved here. Is that correct?
That's what it looks like, yeah.
Now, why did it do that?
I don't know. I just think that it's more so the fact that, it's being sheared and the centers are decoupled. And so it's kind of being a little bit erratic while it's under the trough interaction and jogging around. Obviously not to the extent that you would see with an intense storm undergoing an eyewall replacement. But in a similar way where it wobbles, which, by the way, any storm on any track generally will wobble somewhat.
Yeah.
It's just not as apparent usually in most situations.
And the National Hurricane Center had their position at around here at 15. Or no, not there, not there. Right around here-ish. Which I found that strange.
Yep.
Because it's clearly down here. But
Yep.
yeah. I'm so glad there's visible imagery. Oh yeah, and earlier there was constant rain hitting. Where'd it go? I just had it earlier. There we go. There was like the fuel in the Bay of California. Is it? What is it called?
Hold on, give me a second.
Look at Bay of California. Don't know what it's. Gulf of California. That was it.
Yes, I knew that. Gulf of California.
Yeah. So basically, because of how warm it is, 31 degrees Celsius, it's providing so much fuel and so much moisture just going inland. There's like 6 inches of rain roughly over here. Oh yeah, and also there was a 79 mile per hour wind gust reported right over here-ish.
Really?
Yep.
79 mile an hour gusts, huh?
Yes.
That's interesting. Well, that just goes to show that even though we've seen a lot of weakening, we still have, especially with the trough interaction.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna check the time of this. This was 11:20 a.m. So this was
like
an hour ago. Yeah, an hour ago.
So basically, and I'm gonna say it again, is that, and I said this earlier, since we have, even though we've had a significant weakening trend, we've had the convection weaken a lot. We've had the winds at the surface decrease substantially since the peak intensity. It's worth noting that, and this is especially apparent in more cases with trough interaction, that the winds aloft, the ones that are above the surface by a few thousand feet or whatever, those winds still remain in the hurricane force, especially the gusts, because winds aloft take more time, especially in a large circulation, for it to spin down.
Yeah.
So really, the only real wind threats that we're going to see here are going to be in those higher elevation areas. This is more of a rainfall thing, but it's worth noting, and that shows right there that those higher elevations can still see some hurricanes.
Oh yeah. And also, it wasn't just like it was just that. So that was like 79. There was another one at 69, then 65. I think there was one at 50. And they were all in this area.
Yeah, there could be a line that's a stronger little line going through there or something. On satellite it doesn't appear so, but you could always see some. That could be a little elevated area or something. I'm not really too familiar with the terrain of California.
Here, I'm looking at it right now. I'm trying to tell if that area is elevated or not. No, it doesn't. I guess it is. Yeah, maybe. One of them is elevated. Let me check the other 3. Hold on. I don't know. Not that one. Yeah, they don't necessarily look that elevated. Like there's mountains somewhere else, but they're not on the mountains.
There can always be sometimes weird ways that valleys and stuff enhance winds. And again, like the trough interaction, you've got all the stuff migrating to the northward winds aloft. So probably a combination of all the factors here that we're discussing.
Yeah. Let me just check. Alright, good. Alright, Recon's still in the plane, and I like how you can tell that they completely avoided land on this one. Why do they do that? Never mind, he's not there.
Give me a second, Chase.
All right. Yeah, pressure is 987 with this. Oh shoot, I might have done the wrong pressure. No, I did the wrong pressure. No, I did 999. Mint 987. Yeah, but basically recon is in the storm. They're not showing many high winds. There could be higher winds on land, but they cannot see that yet. You'd have to rely on observations. Basically, the center's somewhere around here, actually. I don't get why they had it so far north. I guess that's where they thought it was going to go.
Yeah, and as we can see, there's not been a lot of movement.
Yeah. But I want to ask you, you can tell how they avoided land. Why is that?
What's that? The higher
The
winds
recon.
near land?
No, I'm just saying, why has recon been avoiding land?
It's dangerous in some cases for them to fly over land than it is to fly over water because they fly at such a low altitude compared to what most airplanes will fly at. So, and especially in this case where, you have a little bit of elevated land, they wouldn't be at risk of necessarily running into anything. It's more so the fact that the way that the updrafts and downdrafts and so much stuff is that it's unpredictable, and there's a chance, it's a low chance, but there's a chance that it could cause some extreme turbulence in the plane and cause it to crash. Again, that's a low chance. But if they avoid land altogether, then they don't have to worry.
Yeah.
There has been times before in very intense hurricanes such as Ian and Michael where it's flat land, where they'll just fly right over land like it's nothing. But in that case, you're dealing with flat land. Here, you're not. I don't mean to. Based on the storm, I mean, to me, it looks like something that's rapidly losing tropical characteristics.
Yeah. Circulation is awful.
Circulation is elongating. There's convection is shallowing. It's just looking less and less like a TC, and it obviously takes time before it actually transitions into a post-tropical cyclone. But I mean, it looks to me like this is very clearly something that is losing tropical characteristics pretty quickly.
And also now radar's not going to help find the center because everything's really gone. There's not anything down here, really. Do you think it's going to make it to California as a tropical storm?
I think the NHC will keep it as one as a tropical storm. I think it's 50-50 on whether if it makes it there. It's just hard to say. It's going along at a pretty decent speed, so probably it will before it gets there. But I don't really think that it matters, at this point, because the rainfall is the main thing here. And, you have rainfall with any weather system, unless it's snow, obviously, but that's its form of precipitation. But anyways, what I'm saying is that whether if it transitions or not, officially or unofficially or whatever the deal is before landfall, it's not really going to matter in terms of impacts here or wind impacts or rain impacts or, and this isn't really a surge event either. So, I mean, honestly, it's probably a 50-50 call at this point, but I don't really think it matters. I don't think we should focus on that. Because that's not, you know what I'm saying? But To answer your question, I'd say it's a 50-50 call,
All
but
right.
in the end, doesn't really matter.
Another thing I want to ask is the flash flood. Um, how many flash flood emergencies do you think would be issued if you were to guess?
Um, I'm not really sure because it's going to be all dependent on each National Weather Service and how they
Yeah.
see it fit, how they will issue it. I definitely think we're going to see some. I don't think it's going to be as much as initially anticipated, like let's say 2 days ago or something like that. Especially with it trending more east and weakening us significantly and all this. But I do think that you're going to see some flash flood emergencies issued. Um, I would say that probably the Death Valley region would
Yeah.
probably be the region that seems to be exposed to the most dangerous rainfall. Not necessarily the most rainfall, but the most dangerous rainfall because that area, it
Yeah.
hardly rains there, and they're going to be getting a year's or more worth of rain in the next day or so, and it's already been raining there. So I think if you're likely to see a significant flash flood emergency, it's probably going to be in that area, but it's hard to really say,
Yeah.
exactly.
We're gonna see how much rainfall they've gotten so far. Maybe a quarter of an inch. Another thing I want to ask is when do you think the flash flooding event is going to start? Like when flash flood warnings are going to be issued?
It's hard to say, but I would say that if it's going to happen, you would probably know it within the next 12 hours
Hmm.
and possibly sooner, more like 9 hours, because I mean it's rapidly moving northward, and
As
the
soon as the
bulk of
first
the
one's issued, it's going to be a lot more.
right, and the bulk of the convective activity will honestly cross the border into California here in probably 6 hours or less. So I'm gonna guess about 9 hours away, we might see a flash flood emergency or a flash flood warning or some sort of flash flood, issued.
Yeah. Now what about the tornado threat? When do you think that stuff's going to start?
The tornado threat could be starting now. Um, it could be starting now, and it could last until the storm pretty much dissipates fully, even if it, with the post-tropical
Yeah.
transition. I think the most common areas that you would see a tornado threat would probably be in southwestern Arizona or east or southeast California, as they show basically right here. So I definitely think that, and that's generally a given actually with any system as the right front
Yeah, yeah.
quadrant to have definitely more of those. In this case, we can expect a similar result, I think.
Yeah, yeah. Let's see. Um, is there, talk about the history of this. Like the last time something like this has happened.
Yeah, it's really hard to say because you only have a few storms that have
Yeah.
ever affected the coast of California as a fully tropical, system, and this is one of a handful. So, Linda, 1997, her remnants affected it. We had Kathleen, 1976, her remnants,
Mm-hmm.
and now we've got Hilary. So, I would say Kathleen is probably our closest analog here because it brought, in terms of
What year?
rainfall wise, 1976. I'm pretty sure it's spelled with a K, by the way,
Oh,
Kathleen,
okay, my bad.
and it's
Thank you.
two E's. It's lean, Leen.
Okay.
So I think that that's probably their closest thing in terms of.
Oh
And if you
yeah.
look at it, it's pretty similar to what we
Yes,
have now in
yes,
terms
yes,
of track.
yes, yes. That is. Yep. That is so
The
close.
only difference is that it's a Cat 1 at peak compared to Cat 4 at peak.
Yeah.
But in the we're at the same, we're around the same intensity, around the same trajectory and everything now.
Yeah.
So that's why I mentioned that is that they had a lot of rainfall.
Did
They
you
didn't have
research
any.
this beforehand?
Well, if you want me to be honest, no. But I heard a lot of people when Hillary was
Yeah.
intensifying rapidly like 2 days ago, and they're saying this could be worse than Kathleen. And then I looked it up, and then from there I seen it. So I'm
Okay.
thinking, yeah, they're right when they mention that,
Yeah.
and indeed I would say they are. I'm not really too much of a Eastern Pacific historian.
Yeah.
When it comes to Atlantic and West Pacific, I could probably have pulled something out with having to look it up. But
Here was
there's
rainfall
not.
totals from it.
It's also worth noting here that there's not very many systems that have taken this track. So therefore,
Yeah.
because of that, we have the ones that are remembered by the people that study this. So,
Yeah.
but then again, if there was many systems that were taking this track, we wouldn't be talking about this as much as we are. So
Yeah.
you have to realize that's why people know about the ones that have.
How long until landfall, do you think? Or first off,
Well,
where do you think? Like, where do you think out of this?
by landfall, you mean on the Baja California coast?
Yes.
I would probably say that it's gonna. I don't know. It looks to be heading pretty due northwards to me, and the reason it looks like it's going east there at the end is because more of the center is being exposed. It's not
Yeah.
actually going east, I don't think.
So you
But I
think
think that
this
I
area,
actually
basically?
I think about the middle, about the right there where your cursor just was, right in that area. I think we're going to see an official landfall within the next couple hours.
Yeah.
And
Nano
that
says how long do you think
how
it would
long?
be?
Oh,
Yep.
at this point, it looks like an hour, maybe an hour and 15 minutes, or a little bit
Exactly.
longer.
Yep. Yep. Very
It don't
close.
look like it's going to be very long. So, if I had to, go with one number here, I would just estimate roughly an hour because
Yep.
we're moving northwards at a decent clip.
Less than 2 hours.
And
That should be a
yeah,
near guarantee.
less than 2 hours for sure, but probably close to 2.5.
Yep. All
Yeah.
right. Next thing is how or where do you think it would hit California? Like enter it.
Well, let me take a look because I'm not too familiar with California. So I'll give you a city. I'll give you a reference.
All right.
I would say Mexicali.
All right. All right. So where on this? Where on this?
Mexicali would be probably a little bit more east than that. Where
East
your
this
cursor
way.
is. Right, about around right there. Yes, around right there is Mexicali.
Let me
And
just
again,
broaden it.
yeah, Mexicali is actually a city. That's why I'm saying that.
Okay. Yeah.
So, yeah. And then there's also Calamexi on the other side of the border. So it's kind of interesting, actually.
Okay.
It,
Yeah.
it reminds me of Texarkana because I've been to Arkansas and Texas and
Yeah.
Texarkana, and they have it on both sides. And,
Right, and how long do you think it'd be until it reaches California?
Probably about 8 hours,
All right.
and maybe 8, 9 hours.
What strength do you think?
I think by then we're going to be down to a low end tropical storm.
40, 45 miles an hour?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because right now it's 60. And it's going to be a while until it's 50. It's not going to be like right now it's 50. It could be, because it has to drop down from 55, which doesn't exist from conversions.
Yeah, and also you got to realize too that
It takes a while to weaken.
yeah, and this is a situation where I really feel that it's hard. Like normally, okay, especially in a weakening system, like you should pay attention to more than the winds. But here's a situation that applies even more so because number one, this area is not used to this.
Yeah.
And number two is because they're so differing of terrain and structural deficiencies that one area here could see 20-mile-an-hour winds, and then an area 50 miles to the east, they could have sustained winds 60 miles an hour or 50, 60 miles an hour with gusts a little bit higher than that. So it's hard to look at at just the max wind with really any storm, but this is more
Yeah.
so the case because impact could vary so much depending on exactly where you're at. Like, for example, right now, San Diego, Los Angeles, they might not even get tropical storm winds. We don't really know.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, places to the east, like Mexicali, Yuma, Arizona, stuff like that, and then if it pushes inland to Death Valley, they could, they got a little bit of elevation in some of these places as well, and
Yeah,
they're on the
yeah.
eastern side.
I'm just
They could
waiting
see,
on the reports to come in showing that
yeah, they could
it's
see winds.
tropical storm, force winds.
Yeah, they could see higher winds for sure. So it's, I always tell people never to look at the max winds, but this is the case more than anything.
Yeah.
Okay, for another new thing, we now have 91L in the Gulf.
Oh, okay. Finally.
So we
The
have 91L now in the Gulf.
Oh, okay. It's in the Gulf. Okay, I thought it was gonna be the tropical wave.
I thought it would be too. It's not showing up yet on Tropical Tidbit, so
Right.
give it a minute. But we do actually have it. But another thing to note is that this Gulf system's probably not going to be too strong, but I do think that we will see it develop into a named tropical storm before it hits land.
I think we should do a
Obviously,
short stream on that whenever it's near
well,
land.
yeah. I mean, it's not really going to be. It's not going to be much, honestly. But if you feel a short stream is needed, then I'm able to
Yeah, it's
join. I
still a
will.
U.S. impact, so
It's but it's not going to be
yeah.
as significant and this. I think like the highest it can get is like 50. This thing
Yeah.
right here. So, I mean, unless some Humberto stuff happens, but that's highly unlikely.
But this really reminds me of Arlene on how it just it went the other way. I know he was over here, then decided to go this way. It's very different in some ways. Um, but and with the shear Arlene had to face, but it did look nearly exactly the same on how there's constant bubbles, and you can see we're getting hit by stuff right now. Lots of rain and whatnot.
It's also worth noting for people that we're in a negative PMM here with Hilary, and with a negative PMM, you have cooler waters in this area of the Eastern
Hold on, let me
Pacific.
pull that up real quick.
Yeah. So let me explain this real quick.
All right,
So
hold on. Wait, not yet, not yet. No, actually, this works. There you go. Start.
So you see that you can point it out right there. That cold tongue extending all the way from the west coast over there, extending a little bit south of Hawaii. And mind you, this is already weakened some, so it was a little bit more pronounced a month ago. A lot more pronounced, actually. So you see that is a negative PMM. Pacific Meridional Mode is what PMM stands for.
All right.
And what that does is it affects, I don't know exactly what it does, but it affects things such as the positioning of ridges and troughs and stuff. So, but in this case, we can see that it's negatively impacting Hilary. And
let me pull that up.
Hilary would be weakening regardless right now, just because of the fact that it's in an area that, has below 26-degree waters anyway. But with these being even below average right now compared to usual, it's important to realize that we are seeing more weakening than we would expect. Like, I'm going to give you an example, okay? We was in a positive PMM, these waters, right where it's 21C, it might be 23. Where it's 19C, it might be 21. Where it's 21C right there by the coast of Cali, it might be 23. So
yeah.
while the waters would still be cold in California, and it would obviously still be weakening on landfall, it's worth realizing that we would probably still have a hurricane system here with
a
little bit over the center. So in a way, This is like, I'm going to give you an example. If you look at 1997, it had a strong positive PMM. The waters in that area that you had circled right there,
Yeah.
they were probably all, I don't know, they was probably 2 to 3 degrees warmer than they are
Yeah,
here. So
yeah,
if you had that track with those waters, you would probably have a hurricane right
yeah.
hitting, the northern part of the Baja
Because
Peninsula.
this 26-degree range, which supports tropical cyclone development, would be extended around here. Or wait,
That
no.
that's
Yeah,
that's
yeah, here.
correct. That's correct. And you see that area right there of 25, 23,
Yeah,
24.
this
That
would
would
be a
be
lot
extended,
warmer.
and that would be extended all the way up a little bit more. Not only that, but it would have probably been able to strengthen a little.
Yeah, yeah. Because this would be the final area where it can't strengthen anymore. Right over here. Like
Yep.
it's terminal weakening after that. But
Well, it would probably occur before that because of the size and intensity that it was at peak.
yeah,
But yeah,
and this was Hillary's. This is where sea surface temperatures. It's mainly actually over here because of how big it was and how strong it was. It needed these warmer waters. Just fell off a cliff.
yeah. If we look near the coast of Mexico, however, we can see all the way through. We can see there's very warm water there, and I'm expecting there will be a Category 5 in October in this basin.
This area right here, or
No,
no, over
no,
here. Or hold on.
over in that area right there. Yes, in that area right there.
Mhm.
There won't be a Cat 5 in that area in October.
If something pulls a Rosalind or Orlean,
Basically, but more so a little bit east of that, probably,
yeah, like this.
or even a little more east. I don't know exactly. It'll probably just go straight on like that.
Yeah.
But again, there will be a Cat 5 there in that area in October.
It doesn't necessarily have to hit land. It
It
could
most
just do
likely
one of
will.
these. Yeah. Guess so, yeah. I remembered seeing Orlean intensified, and that was a Cat 4, right?
What's
Orlean
that?
was.
Orlean, yeah.
Alright, yeah. I remembered seeing Rosalind have the same setup, and I was the only one saying that it could be a Cat 4 at peak. And then it did the same exact thing, nearly. Just was a bit stronger at landfall.
Well, you got to watch it because you remember Pam in 2021? It was supposed to be like Patricia and be really strong.
Pamela? Yep. Yeah. It was just complete, utter failure with that one. It was expected to become a major over here, and then when it curved, it was just a complete failure. Tropical storm or Category 1 flood and landfall. All right, so back to Hilary.
More severe than expected.
Yeah, back to Hilary. Its center is roughly in here, about to make landfall. There's nothing radar can really do in this area because of how all the convection is just gone. Because this is its center right here. Look at how far away the convection is. There it is, right here.
Yeah, it's getting pretty separated in the mid-level centers. It really tilted.
Oh, hold on, did I just see strengthening over here? Yeah, bit right here.
This is a system that is in trouble.
Mm-hmm. I'm just pulling up the radar app, radar scope on my phone. I saw some burst, but I don't see it. It's right over here. Hold on. Right over here, but I don't see it at all on radar. Oh wait, never mind. I found a better part of it. All right. Alright, so basically there's a lot of rain right over here. So, and there's still lots of rainfall, hitting from south of Yuma in the Gulf of California. Non-stop rainfall there. I'm gonna pull it up on stream in a minute. I'm gonna see rainfall totals. Yeah, rainfall totals in parts of Mexico are over 6 inches of rain. Here, I am going to, here, let me just send this to you right now. Or send this on Discord first so I can cover what each thing means. One. Alright, now let me pull it up on stream when it sends. Should send soon. Hold on. It's not sending for some reason. I don't mind. It should send. Right, anyways, but this area right over here is getting lots and lots of rain, just constantly firing up and hitting parts of Baja California. For some reason, okay. And basically all this area right here is heavy rainfall cells just going right into Baja California. And my image won't send for some reason. Alright, hopefully this finally sends. It's not really working right now. Here, I'm gonna send it to. I'm gonna DM it to you, Riley. Let's see if that works instead. I don't know. It doesn't want to work. Oh, there we go. It finally sent to the stream channel, allegedly. Or it's sending. Almost. It shows it's sending. Right, so, alright, basically, this whole area right over here-ish has around 6 inches of rain so far, and that's just today. It's not counting what happened yesterday. And then a lot of the area, like all the way up to. Oh wait, did it finally send? No, it didn't. Dang it! All right, so over here it's like 4 inches of rain. And then basically everywhere else here has at least an inch of rain. Oh wait, did it finally send? It since. Let's go. Alright. Doesn't look that good, but that's because it's on the phone. Alright, here we go. And so it's kind of hard to see, but basically this area is where it keeps hitting in. These white lines are where the storms are and how they keep going inland. But this area right here, this yellowish color is, let me pull it up. The yellowish color is around 5 inches of rain so far. And this is the Gulf of California right over here. The purple coloring is 3 inches of rain. So that extends very far inland. Oh, I didn't do the blue. The blue is 4 to 5 inches. Purple is 3 to 4 inches. Then green is at least 2 inches of rain. Oh, so green covers a very large part of Baja California. And then the light blue is 1.5 inches. So a lot of Mexico with Baja California is covered with at least an inch of rain. So if I pull this up, this whole area right here is very saturated, which is a very big deal when you're talking about them getting a lot more rain. It should be almost over soon, as the main area of convection is going to be passing the area very soon. But now the train of storms that was initially, where is it? It was initially down here, going all this way. It's now kind of becoming away with this. Alright, so it's getting closer to Yuma, Arizona. And that'd be the constant train of rain there. This is a very big threat when it comes to Baja California, since it's just constant rainfall here. I'm not able to really tell what's going on here. Hold on, I'm gonna pull up the radar for that. Yeah, it's just slight rain there. The main threat of rain is currently going on over here. Do you have a radar that I can pull up, Riley?
No, I don't.
Alright. I think I have my radar.
You can just go and get go on the National Weather Service website. Use that one.
How do I pull that up?
Just type in National Weather Service, San Diego radar,
Okay, hold on.
Or Yuma.
Yuma radar.
Yeah, Yuma probably.
I think this is it. Where would be the radar? And satellite.
That would be right there, yeah.
There we go. This shows it perfectly. Thank you. Alright, so basically here's the border. And then there's constant rainfall just being pulled inland. And then here's another line of rain here. Well, yeah, there's no flash flood warnings, severe thunderstorm, or tornado warnings yet, thankfully. This stuff could change it if it wants to try and become individual cells firing up. There's already some moisture there. But yeah, the heaviest rainfall is currently over here. And then this is the main convection spot that was originally over the center. That's consistently moving up, and it's going to approach California within the next 2 hours. But this rainfall could reach California, Southern California. Anything else you'd like to mention?
No, not for now.
Alright, what have we not talked about in a while? I know. 98W. No, wrong one. 90W could be a threat to Japan, a typhoon threat.
Yeah, it's well, the most recent GFS back down, but that's again, it's one run, and these are the systems that depend on its organization in the short term. So
Yeah.
you really don't know until the
If it's able to form within the next 72 hours, that gives it a good shot
at being a typhoon.
Yeah.
And then the GFS shows a lot of monsoonal systems
Yeah.
behind it. Actually, systems that are extremely monsoonal that would probably just be a bit of a flop. But when you got the JO coming back, aligning with the peak season, you're going to see some monsoonal. So,
Yeah.
I mean, that's just how it is sometimes. But
So basically, the ensembles are showing like Japan is in the bullseye of it.
Yeah, and eventually here you're going to see when the monsoon trough goes back south in WPAC, you'll see the storms, begin to form more south.
Yeah.
Back, traditional. And you'll see the WPAC MDR activate. likely as well, which is rising forecasted over the date line in the first week of
Yeah,
September.
yeah. I'm gonna pull up the latest rainfall totals expected from the National Hurricane Center. Wait, did the Storm Prediction Center just put out something new? I think they just did. Yeah, they did. 14 minutes ago, they updated it. Slight risk. They've removed some of the 2%, and they've shrunk the 5%. I think just a bit. And other than that, the wind risk is still the same, and the hail risk is none. And you can tell how far up the rain is extending from this. This is where the highest rainfall is. But you can see how much rainfall is extending into California, Nevada, Idaho, Utah, then back to Arizona. Oh, there we go. Thunderstorm outlook is updated. Alright, so yeah, Arizona's might get the worst severe thunderstorm threat. Because if the system is over here when it strikes, then lots of the convection would be over here, I guess. So it's not
LOL,
over.
LOL. You know what's funny?
What?
There's somebody on Twitter, and they're saying, "What's more exciting, hurricane or supercell?" And then most of the votes have supercell.
Yeah.
I always
Hurricanes are.
well, listen. Let me just say this: a tropical cyclone can produce a tornado or a supercell,
Yeah.
but a supercell or a tornado cannot produce a tropical cyclone. To me, that
Yeah.
pretty much ends the debate of what is the superior,
Yeah.
weather. Not only that, but no other weather system on this planet is capable of getting as strong, producing as much total energy, or lasting as long.
Yep.
So, I mean, it is the superior form of weather system,
I
and,
guess they
and
have a
it's
new
that simple.
sector for minute by minute. I believe that's minute imagery, right? Yeah. Every minute there's a new image. You can see how large the system is. Why is it this large?
Well, the system, first of all, it's cloud cover, and its extent is large. Like, I'm going to give you an example here. Some systems, like if you look at TIFF at heat, it don't really. I mean, it looks large, but it don't look like ridiculously as large as they say.
Yeah.
But in terms of cloud coverage size, it's not as large. But in terms of its wind field, like for this system, for example, it's not exactly that large. I mean, it's still large, but it's not
Yeah.
as large as it looks. What you see is the trough interaction, and it's producing outflow. And as it's producing outflow, it's helping all those clouds that you see. Most of those are up all over clouds. Not a lot of that's translating to the surface. That's going
Yeah.
also there. But what you're seeing is you're just seeing a large extent of cloud coverage, but the system itself is certainly not as large as it
Yeah.
appears.
The
So that's
system's all the way down. Center of it, at least, is all the way down in
it
here,
may be
roughly.
raining in some of these places,
Yeah.
but in
Like this
terms of
area is basically the rainfall. You can tell the color of the clouds there.
yeah,
How it shifts from lots of hazy. And hold on, there's another thing I can use. Let me pull up. There's gotta be something for the eastern U.S. or western U.S. Let me see if I can pull up. Isn't there a new imagery? Yep, here it is. Here we go. Alright, so. Oh, it's not gonna load. Alright, let me refresh it. Nope. Alright, let me do that again. But basically, what that shows is it shows the difference between high end how high up the water vapor is. So the blue is basically moist everywhere. The green is moist upper levels, and the red are higher clouds.
That's correct. Yep. You can totally see the interaction too
Yep,
in this loop.
right over
You
here.
can see all that. Look at all that air. If you look at the loop, look at zoom in on that right there.
All right, hold on.
Look at
Hold on.
that. Do you see that right there? Do you see all that air being evacuated northeast? See that?
Yeah,
This is a situation where if a storm had that outflow pattern with the other conditions and an oceanic condition, it would not have weakened this much. But
yeah,
because of the waters and because of the mid-level shear, the system has weakened significantly.
yeah. Here, let me pull up true color imagery. There you go. You got this system, which it appears that it could be gaining some rotation. Looks just a bit. But then you got Hilary right here. And then you can see all the clouds going all the way up to Canada. And, let's see. Speaking of that one tropical disturbance, we haven't talked about the Atlantic in a bit. Um, so yeah, let's start off with Emily. Tropical storm Emily has formed. And,
Yeah, yeah. This system kind of looked a bit more intriguing this morning, and obviously looked, as you can clearly
yeah.
see in the loop, it's not doing so well now. This convection is being separated fully now, almost from the center. So
And what happened to
I
that
don't.
circulation? It doesn't look as...
It's just, man, it's just being impacted bad by shear from the tut. I
Mm.
mean, you know,
What is the tut?
tut is tropical upper tropospheric trough, and what that does is it is another low pressure area that's higher up in the atmosphere, and it can shear a storm badly at times
Mm-hmm.
when it's in an unfavorable position relative to it. And if on the rare situation in a good position relative to it, it can help it by providing an outflow channel. But
Yeah.
obviously, this
Yeah, this
not
is
the
not
case
good.
here.
All the convection
No,
is
yeah,
just getting
this is
sheared away.
yeah, that is not good at all. That's not long for this
Yeah.
world
Well,
if
at
that's
least
the
the
case.
center's
So,
exposed. It didn't. I thought it would look better than that.
but at least there's not going to be a stormless August this time.
Yeah.
We know that for sure. But no, with all the things, it is what it is. There's always going to be, let's just be honest, garbage systems in every basin at any time
Hmm.
that can happen. So it
Also, is
is
this
what
an
it is.
outflow boundary right there? In this, there's a
If
very
it is,
small.
then if it is, then it's going to destroy its LLC.
Yeah.
But if
But
it's
what do
not,
you think? You see that, right?
I don't look like one to me.
Okay. Look like
But
some random line of clouds just going straight
it's
into the
just
storm.
it's just because it's being sheared so bad, it's starting to show now. That's what it is.
It's starting to what?
But it's being sheared very badly, and it's starting to show it now. That's
Okay.
what it is. So this system at this rate is not long for this world. And the NHC doesn't think so neither. I think they only expect it to be around for like 24, 36 hours
Yeah.
anyways, and at this point it might not even be that long. But we'll see what happens if it can develop convection again.
Yeah.
This system is
I think that the
not doing.
circulation needs to get a lot better than that.
Yeah, at this point it's in trouble.
I don't get how that's an organized circulation, really.
It's not anymore.
Okay.
But ASCAT showed earlier that it was
Yeah.
good enough, but now it's not doing so well.
Yeah. Alright, next system
But anyways,
is.
the main thing, if you're going to talk about Atlantic, I think the main thing is a 90L.
We'll
And
get to that in a moment. Tropical
I
Depression 6.
Oh yeah, this system is
Oh.
another one that's not long for this world. It's
Well, hold on.
undergoing.
It's getting another convection burst. Good luck
Oh,
trying not to get sheared with.
it's only it's a ticking
Yep.
time bomb. It's only a matter of time until this system is done. So whether or not
Likely within the next 36 hours or 24
uh,
hours. Within 24 hours, it will just be a naked swirl.
well, whether or not it's able to sustain a little bit of convection and last longer remains to be seen. But the bottom line is, it's definitely going to meet its demise
Hmm.
fate. But anyways,
Wait.
go
Next
to
one is let me do the tropical wave. Where is it?
By the way, it's not raining here.
Okay.
It's
Yeah, for
raining
Mean
around.
Mountain. Yep. For what?
It's raining around here. There's going to be some rain coming in though, because I can see it on my radar that I'm looking at. It's coming by Chokoloskee. No.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. There's so much rain everywhere. I was hit with it a little bit, but oh my God. I'm
So
assuming
let
this
me
is from
look.
the tropical disturbance, right?
Yeah. Because
Aiding in it. Yep.
those scattered convection, here and there. So there's scattered rain here and there. Therefore,
All right. Now time for the tropical wave. This is the tropical wave right here. And this is Emily right over here.
yeah.
All right. So
So let me cook.
yeah.
So
Yes.
so obviously Emily's being sheared. We know that this tropical wave doesn't. It looks good, but it also looks pretty broad, and it's going north pretty quickly. So it's going to be limited, obviously, by that. The
Yeah.
possibility of a hurricane, I mean, is there if it's able to tighten up. But I wouldn't be too confident in much more than that at this point, because it's pretty large and it's going north pretty quickly. So
Yeah.
it's never a situation that results in a major hurricane or anything like that, despite the vigorous look of, the convection of the wave.
Yeah.
But it's one of those situations where if it's able to tighten up a bit before it gets out of the cooler water, up north of like 25 to 30 degrees, and wherever it is over here, I don't know,
Yeah.
it's a little bit less. But if it's able to do that, a hurricane, I think it's possible. But like I said, it's large and it's broad, so
What do you think?
it's
It's
going to take some time.
probable that it will be a tropical storm.
Uh, Probably in about 3 to 5 days.
All right. And now two more to go. We got Invest 91L. Just
That's the
given the
Gulf,
Invest tag. Yep. Here it is, impacting
which is gonna
Florida.
bring me some rain here in about
Yes.
15 to 20 minutes.
And so there's all the convection over Florida. The Florida Keys got some high gusts. Let me pull that up. I saw that there were multiple reports of that. There was, let's see, 40 miles an hour on one of them. On a buoy, there was 43 mile an hour. Another one had a 45 mile an hour wind gust. And last one had 40 mile an hour wind gust. So the key is basically 40 mile an hour wind gust all over here. And, this isn't mainly like from circulation or anything. That's just strong thunderstorms. These are all strong thunderstorms. I believe some of
Yeah,
these are the ecotops, is it called? No, it's called, what is it called when the system, the cumulonimbus clouds, sorry, breach the
oh,
anvil?
overshooting tops.
Yeah, overshooting tops. Is that what these are?
No, they're
Alright,
not that deep. If they were like pink, then that would be overshooting
okay,
tops in this area at least.
yeah. Alright, now let
Which the
me
Gulf
use,
of Mexico tropopause can support that in the southern portion of it.
Yeah. Well, let me.
Yeah, put it this way: if this was a you remember how I told you before how there's a big difference
Yeah.
sometimes between a
It does
developed
not have a
system
low pressure yet,
and
I
a
don't think.
non-developed system. Yeah, well, right now, if this was even a tropical storm already, this would easily be a major hurricane.
Yeah.
But it's not, which is a good thing, obviously, because then there would be a more significant impact. So
I
the
think a
odds of that are,
circulation is starting.
yeah, well, like I said, it takes a bit of time to do these
Yeah.
things, even when you're
I'm
in a good
saying an
position.
upper level circulation. It's cleared as
Well,
V.
let me explain something here. The lower levels of the storm is not well organized yet, but we're going to
And I can
try
see
to
the low level
make
over here is kind
yeah, yeah.
of.
You're gonna attempt to make progress here over the warm waters with relatively low shear. The shear's not exactly the lowest, but
Is
it's
this
good
shear
enough
that's
to.
causing these storms to be.
Oh, it's good enough to see some organization, and I
Okay.
expect this system will become a tropical storm. I do think it will become a tropical storm. Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah.
predict that now. Okay, and but I don't think that this system will really have much time to do a whole lot more than that, given the
Yeah.
fact it's moving at a decent pace and it's going to reach the coast in, oh, I don't even know how long it is, 3 days or something.
We'll
So
probably gain
it's
a low
good.
pressure by around here, I'd say.
Well,
Let's
it may
take.
be gaining. Well, according to the invest designation, it means that it has gained. But I know what you mean. A slow.
Yeah, circulation, yeah, my bad. I mean an organizing one, like,
Like
as in,
yes,
like,
yes,
yeah.
yes, 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 yes,
Is
yes.
this
I know.
a.
Okay.
This looks like it's only on one side. The other side, it's just.
It's
Eh.
just. It's just
It's a
right
mess
now.
right now, but I'm saying when it starts to
Well,
circle around the center.
listen. Um, like you said, tomorrow probably can gain or begin to gain a close low. I
Might get
don't
a low
think
level
that
circulation by around
I
here, I'd
don't
say.
around there. Yes, and listen, and then from there it'll strengthen probably steadily, and I think it'll be about a 45 to 50 knot
Yep.
landfall. Okay, but there's not going to be much more time for that than that, just because of the fact that it's only going to have like a day between one storm to hit.
Yeah,
So if the system has another day beyond that, you're talking a hurricane, even
yeah.
major.
Yeah, yeah.
But in this case, I think we can rule out a major hurricane, and a hurricane is a
And
very
depending
low
on how fast this thing
probability.
fires up, it really will prove that the Gulf of Mexico is perfect for development right now. I mean, it is, but this thing is going to prove it, I think.
Well, the condition is, like I said, is not perfect, but the water is extremely, it's like a
Better
powder
than
keg.
perfect. I think it's a record right now.
Well, not necessarily, and also listen. To be honest with you, once you get past like 29 to 30 degrees Celsius, it doesn't really matter because
Ah, okay, yeah.
a system is either got the environment at that point to strength or not if it's got those waters.
Yeah,
So, I mean, but it is got even more, a little bit more power than usual. So, I mean, maybe it could certainly help it if things were to go its way. But I think just the amount of time is the
yeah.
limiter. And like I said, even earlier, if you had a system that was already developed, like if you had a tropical storm moving through or something right now, you would probably see a rapid intensification to a major hurricane here.
Yeah.
But because of the fact that you don't have a storm that's organized already, and this is a process that naturally takes time no matter where it is and all that, you're going to be limited to how strong you can
Yeah.
get. Good thing because we don't want to see nothing blow up and do a big impact or nothing like that.
Yeah.
So, but I do think that a tropical storm out of this is likely, but that's just my opinion. But we'll see
Yeah.
what happens.
What are the chances the National Hurricane Center is giving this?
Last I looked, 50%.
Yep, alright. They're giving the disturbance 50%. Okay, they increased that, finally. And the 90L, time for the one you really want to talk about.
Well, that's
90L.
the one that if anything's gonna do anything, it's gonna be that one because
Yep.
you know it's got the trough interaction possibly.
With convections appearing over the center.
Good, that's good for it.
So I guess we just wait 12 hours.
Well, like I said, it all depends.
Yeah.
It all depends, but I think that it's likely that no matter when it is that you're going to see this become a tropical storm before it hits
Yeah.
Hispaniola. It's going to be Franklin. Going to reemerge. As
Well,
long
we
as
don't know
it's
if
not
this is gonna be Franklin yet because there's two other systems that could steal the name.
true, but I think this is going to be Franklin. But
Yeah.
anyways, no matter what, the system emerges back over. If it doesn't get too torn up, then I think that the system will probably intensify into a
Mm,
hurricane due to the trough interaction with an
yeah.
outside shot of a major hurricane.
It just needs to be like it needs this time right here basically to reorganize its structure when it hits.
Well, listen, I do this. I'm a typhoon forecaster, and it's basically the same thing because the dynamics are the same.
Yeah.
It's like working. It's almost like this is the way I describe it to people. It's like if you're a mechanic and you're used to working on this type of car, but you go to work on another one. It's a similar setup. So
Yeah.
basically, what I'm saying is that right now there's this thing called the MJO, and it's in favor of the Atlantic. So I finally have a break to be able to look at this stuff after all the powerful and long-lived typhoons in the last few months. But as I look at this, I noticed that what you're just seeing is typical peak season here in the Atlantic, as we see a ramp up in activity as we usually do at the end of August. And
Yeah. And
of a significant activity before it possibly ends. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, I don't expect to see a lot in October and November this year because of the fact that historically in strengthening El Ninos, you don't see that. And,
yeah.
climatology is a powerful thing. It really is. So I think that, you'll see a pretty good period of activity the next 3 weeks, and then it'll probably dwindle down a little bit, but pretty typical here for a strong El Nino.
But real quick,
But
which
also,
which system do you think is gonna steal the name Franklin? We got 91L, we got 90L, and we got a tropical wave.
I don't think it'll be the tropical wave because, like I
Yeah,
said,
3 to 5
it's
days.
large and broad, and I think it's going to be that system right there. It's going to be the
90L,
Caribbean
yeah.
one. It has a circulation, it has decent convection, it is sheared and all this, but it's closer now to that than any of the other systems. So
Yeah.
logically speaking, you would think this would be the system that does it, and that's what I expect will occur here. And historically, here, the Eastern Caribbean is a very unfavorable place, especially during El Nino.
Yeah.
So to see development there is a bit interesting, but at the same time, it's August 20th, and we typically see an uptick in activity. So right on schedule.
Yep.
So, like I said, the next 3 weeks, I think there'll be a pretty decent activity here. Um, there'll be some major hurricanes eventually. I don't know if it'll happen out of this. There's a possibility of it after it crosses Hispaniola. I
Yeah.
don't rule it. But I think that if it comes off of there intact, and it's not too
Yeah.
damaged, that there's a pretty strong chance that it becomes a hurricane.
Yeah. All right. Next thing is, back to Hilary. Um, it's still approaching landfall. nearly there, right?
Oh yeah, within probably a half an hour.
Yeah. He is here. Where's the center in this? It's right here. That being right?
A little bit north of that, it looks like.
Okay.
Right there.
And here, hold on. I'm gonna pull up the the whatever it's called, the special imagery, mesosector. Is this one has a good minute by minute thing, and it might show it's already landfall. Right, here we go. There it is right now. What are your thoughts? Oh, my bad.
What's that?
This, what are your thoughts on it? That's a minute by minute imagery.
Speeding up, actually. I think we're probably within 20 to 30 minutes of
Right.
landfall.
So where's the center in this?
I'd like to look at a radar, but I don't think the LLC is really within. It is.
And the LLC can't be detected on radar, right? Because it's too.
It's too far away yet.
Well, I don't know. Well, yeah, that.
It can be, but it's not accurate enough. Just say this. Just expect a landfall within 30 minutes.
Yeah, but where's the center of this?
It's probably, hold on. It's like probably 10 miles off the coast, dude.
So, like right here?
Right. It's somewhere in there. Maybe a teeny bit south of that.
Right.
Because you have to realize these centers are decoupled. Okay. They are not aligned anymore.
Yeah.
So in that area is probably what you're looking at.
Because it looks like the center's a lot larger, like that or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the overall, yes.
Is this some of the center overland? It should be, right?
Center. Look, let's just check the NHC website, see if they've issued a landfall advisory. Usually they do issue one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go get something to eat real quick, and I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right.
But go ahead and check the NHC landfall site.
How do you do that?
You usually just go on their website. They usually will issue.
Where would it be?
It would be down where the normal advisories are.
So down here, basically, it
Right,
would say Hilary makes
here.
landfall, or
It will say that in a minute. Keep
Yeah.
checking for it.
oh, there's buoys. Okay, let me look at this. And nothing much with that. Right here, let me enable the music real quick. Sorry about that. So the center, oops, wrong thing. The center is very close to a landfall. I'm gonna have to set up the landfall graphic very, very soon. Just because it's so close. It's still likely a 50 or 60 mile an hour storm. Likely making landfall at 11 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Probably 988 millibars. Let me set up the landfall thing. Oh shoot, not there. Alright, there we go. Sorry guys, I'm making the graphic. Alright, let me pull up the landfall. Because it's not landfall yet. Alright, time to figure out where it's gonna make landfall. I'm gonna pull up windy.com on stream. Wait, no, hold on. I already have windy up on stream right now. Oh, my bad. So satellite. And let me pull up visible. Okay, yeah, mountainous terrain there. And play a loop of it. Yeah, it's definitely looking like El Rosario. Let me edit it. El Rosario, Mexico. Let me fix that. Mexico. Alright, now I'm just time to play the waiting game on when this system wants to make landfall. Alright, oops, wrong thing. And tropical storm force winds are likely on land right now in the southwestern U.S. Let me see. I was gonna check. Oh yeah. Satellite imagery of Hilary and the visible or the infrared imagery of it. Gonna try and pull up the rainfall. The rainfall is now heading into California. Right from in the Gulf of California, right over here. There's constant rainfall being pushed inland right over here, and this is where the rainfall amounts are very high, or beginning to be. And it is moving very, very fast as well. Let me check how fast this system's moving. Like 30 miles an hour. So yeah, they're moving extremely fast, so it's just on and off. But since there's so much rain cells in a cluster, it's just constant raining. Yeah, this whole area right here is getting hit with heavy rain. Now it's heading towards California. And now the center's completely exposed because of all the shear right now. And just everything's waning right now, except for right down here. You can see how this is heading in there. Right into Arizona. You can kind of see the convection here making a little swirl. But still, that is not the center. The center is right here. And this is heading straight up towards California. Likely to undergo a weakening process as it hits the mountainous terrains of Baja California. Let's see. I'm gonna take a look at rainfall totals right now. Rainfall totals. Currently, the maximum amounts are around 6 inches, and they are all right over here. This area has the highest amount of rainfall. And same with over here in Arizona. And then there's also basically a huge amount of 4 inches of rain, 4 to 5 inches of rain right over here basically. And portions of Arizona and Mexico right around here, that's 4 to 5 inches. And it's just a lot more rain everywhere else. Thankfully they should be in the clear because the convection is finally just passing them. This area in Baja California should be it should stop raining now as it's just exposed just normal clouds basically. Yeah, all this right here is just no convection anymore, and you need a lot of convection for the rainfall. Alright, so let me pull up something else. Let me just check something. Thank you, Shaman the Birds. Yeah, just trying to help people right now. Alright, here, I'm gonna share the video again.
I'm here, but give me like probably 3 to 5 minutes.
Alright. Oh shoot, my bad, I just sent the wrong link. Hurricane Hilary, alright. So, I'm about to start the next round of commentary on this. Alright, let me pull up Hilary's high-resolution imagery. Right over here is the center. On windy, let me pull this up. Basically, the center is around 10 miles away off the coast. This is its center right now, or here, this is its whole entire center circulation. This is the center of it. And the system is expected to make landfall. If it doesn't make landfall on this side, it'd make it over here. And with this system, it's not really the wind threat. The wind threat is for parts of California and higher elevations, due to it still having potentially hurricane gust, as was reported. You know, the reports were a little bit old now. Haven't got anything yet. There's still lots of damage with boulders on roads. But here is the circulation right now. But most of the rain is all up here and up here, waiting on the first flash flood warning. Let me check. It's showing that one of the places has 10 inches of rain near San Diego. I doubt that's correct. I don't know. Dang. Alright, so time to pull up rainfall totals in Southern California. Still over here, it's basically 1 to 2 inches right now. But keep in mind, it still has to go through all of this. All of this moisture and rain is going to have to strike it. And keep in mind, this can still gain a little bit more convection and a little bit more rainfall totals. And right over here, you can tell all the rainfall that's heading into Baja California and into, like, this line right here goes into California. So we're about around 20 minutes away from landfall. There's the center. It's around here. I don't know. Gonna wait on Riley to hop back in to call it.
I'd say you got it right.
What? Okay, you're back. Right. So, has it made landfall yet?
Very close. 5 miles up from shore.
Yep. I already have the landfall graphic already. Just have to upload an image when it's ready. I'm gonna message the Discord, ask them for an image. Is it still likely 60 miles an hour, right?
Look at some observations, see if there's any that indicates.
I don't know where to find the observations for this. I don't think there are any nearby.
I'd keep it. I'd keep 50 knots.
Yeah, 60 miles an hour.
Yep.
Right down here, yeah. And once again, though, you can see all the rainfall getting pushed up. Over here, it's not as high as I thought it was. It was 1 to 2 inches of rain. San Diego's radar, it looks like it's broken or something. It was showing 10 inches of rain, which I don't think that's accurate since it has a weird circle to it. And then also, here's the rainfall that I was talking about right over here. Can you see it? Constant.
Yep.
I haven't really seen something like that in a while.
Pushing onshore like that, right?
Yeah, and it keeps gaining all the way down here. So it has a whole entire trail to get through.
Yeah, this is not long as a tropical cyclone. Look at this.
Yeah. Looks like a mess. Mainly just... Yeah, but what's with this right here? Well, what's all this? On the bottom left.
Those are stratocumulus clouds.
What are they doing there?
That indicates cold water
Yeah.
and a stable air mass. That's why those form there. You see them a lot in the eastern Pacific.
And then, like some of them look like they're underneath these clouds as well. Also, I'm noticing one of the back ends of the system, you can barely see rotation. Also, it is slow moving, so yeah, that is a good rotation on it. Would these get pulled into the rotation?
Not really.
Okay. Yeah, but this is the main rain threat for right now. As there's already 6 inches of rain on radar.
Most likely, there will continue to be a lot of rain in that area for at least the next few hours.
Also, it's shifting from, it was initially, yeah, it shifted significantly, and initially it was right down here, but since the center's moving more close, it's turned, and it's turned into an area with less rain. It's going to start piling up. It's already 3 inches of rain right over where it's heading to. Oh, okay. Alright, so where's the center in this? It looks like it's...
Check the NHC website. Let's see if they've said anything about a landfall, because we're getting close to the intermediate advisory anyhow.
The intermediate advisory is in 13 minutes, right?
Yep.
Nope. Still the same.
I would call it.
Call it? Alright.
Not now, but then in 13 minutes is what I mean.
Okay. Because that's their latest thing. They should be dropping it down to 60. Oh wait, is this their new advisory? I'm confused. No, that's not. Yeah, it's going to be an intermediate advisory. It should still stay in the same position, right? Nearly. Because they made a mistake on their positioning, I think. Because it was meant to be down here-ish. But now it's over here-ish.
Maybe it's updated hourly.
No, it isn't. This is still the one.
I'm not really sure then. But you gotta look and see what city it is that it's making landfall.
There's not really a city nearby. I had to do the closest one. Here, I'll show you on this. I had to use El Rosario. That's what I'm going to be using. Because there's just mountains. And then there's a city. I'm wondering if they're going to issue a moderate risk for tomorrow for rainfall. Oh, wait, hold on. I have a good idea to look at. I want to look at 91L through marine forecasts. Because, what does the NHC use for this? Is like, what model do they use?
It all depends, but usually it's GFDO. But it all depends. Actually.
Yeah, because there it is. They have it hitting it pretty soon.
Let me grab a drink. I'll be right back.
Right. Alright, so a couple minutes away from landfall, probably 10 minutes now. But over here you can just see all the rain hitting in, and then you got all this slow moving stuff. So this is just gradual rain and rain and rain. And it's not going to stop for a couple, or like at least 10 hours probably. And also it's probably less than 6 hours from entering California now. If it still maintains that tropical storm status, that would be the 4th ever in recorded history.
Gonna be close.
Yep. We're waiting for the update. And it's also going to be interesting to see their probabilities, because that has not been updated yet. Because it should have been in this area right over here on Advisory 17. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they still had hurricane wind probabilities. And they changed it, hurricane force winds from all tropical cyclones instead of from Tropical Storm Hilary.
Yeah, Chase.
What?
You could go another 25, 30 years tracking, not see this.
Yeah. Glad I get to track this with some amazing people.
Yeah, we probably won't do this.
Again, you know, if you had a positive PMM, you could have a Cat 1.
Yep. Hey, Alan.
Hey. Stuff like this is very rare, thankfully. You know, you don't typically see storms hit California and stuff.
Yeah. And thankfully, the National Weather Service is of Los Angeles and San Diego are able to issue tropical storm warnings this year. That was a very good call that they made after Hurricane K. Who knew that the year that they would make that change, they'd have to issue them?
Yeah, very coincidental.
Yeah.
Waiting on the update. Any moment. Oh, it's raining outside. Nice. Alright, come on.
It's literally
Keep it
about to
running
rain here.
Alright, there we go. Hilary makes landfall over the northern Baja California peninsula. Catastrophic and life-threatening flooding likely over Baja California and portions of the southwestern U.S. through Monday. It is now officially a landfall.
Do it. Go with 60
Yep.
mile an hour, though.
60 mile an hour, 988. That's what I'm...
989.
989, okay. Oh shoot, hold on, I need to use a new imagery.
This is a life-threatening situation.
Yep, I have that. Yes, it is. This is.
For them, yep. Normally this wouldn't be, but in that area they don't hardly get rain.
And something I was thinking of before this, before these events happened, was in the Discord. Like I have modes for flooding, severe weather, and
But I
hurricane.
think
So
it's a little,
I was
but I
wondering,
think it's
something can have all
excessive when
three,
they say-
huh?
But I think it's a bit excessive when they say things such as catastrophic flooding. I don't know if it's quite to that level. I mean, maybe it is, but I think that's a little bit excessive. But
Yeah.
it's definitely a significant event.
Still is a life-threatening
people
situation.
definitely-
Anything with tropical cyclones really is, even if it's out to sea, it's a rip currents, right?
Well, that's only because somebody is stupid enough to go in the water when they
Yeah.
know better. Oh, it won't sweep me out to sea. That's what somebody thinks.
All right, Reed Timmer's out there. All right, tropical storm Hilary has made landfall
In Baja California.
Baja California. I'll just keep the I'll raise you in Mexico.
It made landfall in Mexico.
This does, or the storm will weaken quicker. We'll begin.
I wouldn't really say that. I mean,
Right.
it probably will, but I wouldn't really say that. I would just say the storm
Remains
the storm. No, just say the storm remains a significant flood threat.
Yeah, it remains a significant flood threat for parts of California,
Baja California, California itself,
Nevada, and Arizona.
Arizona.
There we go. Now time to do CAWX, NVWX, AZWX, WX. I forgot to do hashtag Hilary. And we get hashtag weather Twitter, hashtag tropics weather. Alright, time to post this on Weather Social. Uh-oh. Right on time. Alright, so what is the National Hurricane Center's pressure? Alright, now I'm able to stream again. New cone just updated. Dang, that's far inland. Whoa, okay. Here, let me pull this up. Yeah, that's far inland, I believe. No, they haven't updated it. Look, this is where it was supposed to be. In their positioning.
Yeah, it's east.
Yeah, they did not get that right on that.
Well, we have landfall now.
And the stream's gonna keep going until it hits California. Oh, whoa, what is all this on the bottom? I just noticed this. What is all this? And it's not even moving. Is that part of this as well?
It's just some regular line of thunderstorms.
Okay.
It's independent. I mean, it's not It's assisted by the storm, yes, but
Yeah.
it's not really. I mean, it counts, yeah, but it's not. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. So storm's right about here now. And now you can see all the rain coming in here. I like how this shows it a lot better. Because this one's just way too fast to see, I think. There, you can kind of see it on this. Right over here. And that's an awful swirl.
And do what? So you want me to talk for a minute? Okay, so here we see Tropical Storm Hilary moving inland now after making a landfall in Baja, California. It will continue moving northwards for the most part and eventually move into California, affect parts of Arizona and Nevada as well. Doesn't appear that it's going to be too long here. It's a tropical cyclone, but the main story of the deal here is rainfall in some of the higher elevations. There could still be wind gusts above 50 knots, if not even possibly to hurricane force, as there will remain higher winds a lot more in the storm. So, as you can see here, the Weather Prediction Center has issued a high risk of rainfall here, especially for portions of California, and it's very important that people that are in those regions take this very seriously, as they could see more than their yearly rainfall over the next 24 hours. And whenever you have a situation like that, you are in big trouble. So very important for those in that area to take this seriously and listen to the advice that is given by local officials and meteorologists, and with the right preparation, everybody will hopefully be all right. But the main threat here is the rainfall, as discussed earlier, and that will continue to be the main storyline here until Hilary is gone.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what's going on now.
Okay, other cone is updated. I doubt it's going to do that turn. Yeah, I seriously doubt it's going to curve. Shouldn't it just do like this? Right?
What's that?
Like the center of it shouldn't really curve.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to do that neither. Remember, that's not updated neither. Only the position is.
Yeah.
So
Keep in mind it was supposed to be over here by then. By their last cone. I'm waiting on this to update. There we go, there's the new positioning. You can see how it's pretty far inland. Wait, they have it at 65 miles an hour. Was not expecting that.
hold on, give me a minute.
Oh well, and the cone goes right over a fire. Alright, but here's the rainfall. This is a good graphic to show. Just waiting on the thing to load. There we go. You can see the whole entire funneling of storms right over here. Going straight into it. And then you have this whole entire line of storms over California, Los Angeles, San Diego.
About 15 minutes, Jason. I'm going to get off here.
Alright. Will you be back?
Perhaps. Won't be for several hours.
Yeah. Gonna be doing this until it hits California. Like an hour after it hits California. And so tropical storm warnings have to be fixed soon.
Yeah, Chase.
Also, the wind field is now more over Arizona, more over California. It's coming. Where to go? There it is. While we're at it, let's cover the, oh, hold on. Someone asked, how high is the storm surge going to be?
You know, it's really hard to say how the storm surge is going to be when this area has not really seen a surge event before. And this really typically probably is not going to be a big surge event.
Yeah.
But if I had to guess, there's obviously still going to be some surge associated with it. So if you look at the lower elevations, especially those that are on the eastern side, so let's say up in the Gulf of California, Baja California, they in the lower lying region could possibly see up to maybe 4 to 5 feet of surge in some areas, possibly maybe.
Yeah.
So again, it's really hard to know. It could be more or less. It's really hard to know because the area in here has just really seen, you know, very many.
And the National Hurricane Center did not issue a graphic at all regarding it.
They don't issue special graphics with landfall.
What? No, I was talking about like normally they'll issue storm surge graphics.
Yeah, you know why that is.
Yeah, but they don't
They're
do it
not.
over here.
Yeah, they're not. Well, not only do they kind of treat it as a secondary basin in a way, but they're not right either to other countries on the coast.
Yeah, here's the center of it. There's the line of storms. Just rolling in. An infinite generator, basically, all right over here. Constantly trying to form something. But it's going to be moving probably more into Arizona when the circulation moves up some. That's what happened before. Originally it was going this way. Now it's completely turned.
Yeah.
And while we're at it, let's talk about the tropics in the other part of the world. We have Emily. Let's look at how it's doing.
System. A short-lived sheared system. You produce a half of ACE unit and be done.
Yep, one. Oh shoot, I have Zoom Earth up. That's why it wasn't working. I think I want it to load. I think so many people are looking at tropical tidbits right now.
That's the way it happens when Atlantic is active.
Yep. Here, let me look at a different storm.
because there's so many weenies on there because they don't know any other websites,
Yeah.
and they only track Atlantic. Those are the worst people.
Alright, let me try. Dang, okay. Thankfully, this imagery still is working. How long do you think it will take before the system dissipates, like entirely? No circulation anymore. Riley?
Give me a minute. Hold on.
Alright. Alright, hello everyone who just joined. Currently Tropical Tidbits is having an issue, so I'm trying to load up something. I thank you to all the new subscribers. I really appreciate that. Sorry, let me update this. Need to update the stream number. It's now $17 because of 17 new subscribers. Alright, so... Alright, come on, work now, please. Alright, other satellite imageries have to work. Yes, alright, this is working. Alright, so these are all 5 systems combined. Oh, dang, okay. I guess it seems like night's coming already. But, alright, so there's 5 of them right now. There's this, oh, my bad. There's this, this, and then that, and then that, right? All these systems have good chances of formation, all the low pressures. Something's not playing. Alright, so basically this low pressure right here is the main US threat, besides Hilary. And the system is going to head towards... It does not have a full-on circulation yet. It does have a little bit of spin to it. But it is going to try and develop a low pressure as it heads towards the Texas and Mexico border, and then could become a tropical storm. Alright, thank you for all you've done. Alright, see ya. Alright, so then there's also this area right here, 90L, which has a, which already has a good circulation to it, which is why it might become, It might become either 08L or it could become Franklin. Same with this system right here. But it's just a race to see whichever one basically can form first. But this system right here, it is going to make a basically 90-degree turn over here and do one of these. It looks like it could become a storm, just needs to do so before this area. And then, come on, one. Alright, and then basically, if it still has a good structure after it hits the mountains in the Dominican Republic, it still has a good shot at becoming a hurricane. Whether it be a 1, a 2, or a 3, that is still unknown. Yeah, then we got, hold on. Then we got Tropical Depression 6 in the Atlantic, and that is approaching its demise in the, as it approaches the Lesser Antilles, or the Greater Antilles. Then we got Tropical Storm Emily, which is nearly dead, surprisingly. That is expected to move away from all land. Then we got the low pressure right now of a tropical wave off of Cabo Verde. That is going to be going north, and it's a very broad system, so it's going to be hard to develop immediately as it's also heading north. But once it turns, it does have a good shot at formation within the next 3 to 5 days. Also, if you notice, there's a lot of Saharan dust over here that's going to inhibit its development for a bit. So that's everything so far in the Atlantic. I'm going to pull up the Pacific, the Eastern Pacific. Alright, so now Hilary's all the way out of it. Alright, here's Hilary's progress. It is now speeding up as it has just made landfall. Alright, hold on. Let me pull up high detail imagery of Hilary. Mesosector 1. Alright, so now the tornado threat begins in parts of Arizona and California. As each little, there could be little cells hidden in this that could become tornadic due to the spin of the atmosphere right now with Hilary. And all these systems need to do is do a counter spin to it, and then that can spawn a tornado, or just a rotation at least. But tornadoes are not the biggest threat with this. It is the rainfall totals. The center is right over here, and then you got all this moisture and all this rain just developing as it hits into into Baja California, and then into California and parts of Arizona. You can see the trail everywhere here, just spawning numerous storms underneath the system. Ooh, a mesoscale discussion was just issued for this, for the tornado threat. Let me pull that up. Oh wow, I've never seen something like this. Alright, so let me pull this up. A couple tornadoes are possible this afternoon as Tropical Cyclone Hilary moves north-northwestward. Watch issuance is possible. Concerning severe potential, watch possible, watch probability 40%. Alright, Tropical Storm Hilary is quickly moving north-northwestward near the Baja California coast late this morning. While Hilary will continue to weaken throughout the day, the strong low/mid-level flow associated with the border circulation has already spread into parts of Southern California and Arizona. and will move into a larger portion of southeastern California into western Arizona with time. Uncertainty remains regarding the coverage of deep convection within the favorable low-level shear regime. Convective banding may remain somewhat muted in closer proximity to Hilary's center as the surface circulation continues to decay and widespread cloudiness will tend to limit destabilization. The greatest relative threat may materialize along and west of the lower Colorado River Valley, where richer low-level moisture will be in place and somewhat greater heating/destabilization is underway along the eastern periphery of the strongest low-level flow/shear. One or more arcs of deeper convection may evolve with time across this region, with embedded transient supercells and a couple tornadoes possible. Tornado watch issuance is possible, depending on short-term observational trends regarding destabilization and convective evolution. So this watch would be issued for Palm Springs, Baker, Needles, Parker, Blythe, and Yuma. There's the system right now. Oh, my bad. So basically right over here is where the watch issuance is likely. They will probably issue that within the next hour or so. There's so many new cells firing up right now. I'm gonna see if the HRRR has a new model run out. Oh wow, they have a lot of new runs. Yeah, this was before it made landfall, but you can see how it kind of curves towards Nevada. It takes a while from it to move out of California. Yeah, so many cells are trying to form. I'll only pull 15Z. There it goes again. (16Z) kind of has the same thing. Now time for 17Z. This is the newest run that's running. Now, they do note the possibility of supercells at around 4 p.m. 3 to 4 p.m. new supercells could try and develop near the California-Arizona border. And these are the ones that could easily become tornadic due to the spin of Hilary. Once again, all they need to do is just counter that spin, and then they got a rotation. There is the center, there's this, and so this is the area with a good chance of supercells developing within the next 1.5 hours. And the system is now beginning to weaken faster, I believe, as it's overland. Not necessarily, because it was deteriorating already. Yeah, but heavy rainfall amounts look likely over Los Angeles now. Ooh, new wind gusts were reported. 55 miles an hour and 71 miles an hour. This was reported well away from the center. It was around over here and here. So 70 mile an hour wind gusts is very high, considering the fact that that's the center of the system. And over here should be the highest winds. Right in this range should be the highest winds. So basically all the moisture is currently heading straight towards California. The Los Angeles moisture is right over here. Try and find a zoomed out one. Yep, there it is right now. Oh shoot, never mind, I need to pull up. I do need to pull up true color. Yeah, and this line of clouds extends all the way up to Canada, surprisingly. Goes all the way up. And so basically there's the center once again. What's up? Um, let me pull this up. Right, so just waiting on the flood watch. Oh, okay, first flash flood warning of the day has been issued. Never mind, 2 of them have just been issued. Let me pull them up on... I think I can do this on... No, I'm going to pull this up on the Storm Prediction Center. Right, hold on. Not bad. Yeah, flash flood warning, it's hard to see. But the first one includes Palmdale. Oh yeah, I forgot I can pull it up on Twitter. Oh my bad. Oh shoot, wrong thing. Alright, so here we go. NWS flood. I'm gonna have it pulled up here. Since 2 flash flood warnings have just been issued. Alright, first one is mainly in Palmdale in the surrounding areas, just north of Los Angeles. And this one, it states that Doppler radar and rain gauges reports indicated heavy rain across the warned area. Rainfall rates of half an inch to an inch per hour will be common. Additional rainfall amounts of 2 to 4 inches are possible in the warned area. Rates up to 1.5 inches per hour is likely with this. Then we got another one for Mount Laguna and Boulevard and Jacumba. This is until 2:30 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, so another 3 hours. This one, yeah, this makes sense. Um, where is it? No, they don't say anything about the rainfall amounts. They're just saying flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. There's an area. I'll draw it. Right, so basically, right over here, there's a good chunk of 2 inches of rain. And over here, there's an actual chunk of 5 inches of rain. Surprised they haven't warned that area yet. Alright, so I'm gonna try and make a graphic for this. Oh dang, hold on. I'm sorry, I'm making a graphic. Alright, just trying to make it. I'm gonna make flash flood emergencies. There's another one. Right, there's this. This is gonna be red. Sorry, everyone, just making it right now. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. I am making a new graphic for the bottom of the page, so just hang tight and then hold on. Here, let me add the new thing. What the? Okay. I'm sorry, I'm just moving this stuff around, my bad. Alright, time to make the graphic for the numbers. Here, let me go do another one real quick. Oh, shoot, wrong thing. Alright, that is now supposed to be a 2. Oh, my bad, hold on. I can do this. Right, this is at the 0. And there have been no tornado warnings either yet. Alright, there we go. Alright, now I'm ready on this. Oh, shoot. Alright, so... my bad. Who's still watching? Alright, so there's the center of the system. Once again, just waiting on more flash flood warnings to come in, because that can't be the only one they're going to be doing. Alright, first severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. .60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Alright, let me pull up. Going to be a severe thunderstorm warning. Alright, here it is, first one. Alright, severe thunderstorm warning including El Centro, California, Calexico, California, and Brawley, California, until 12:15 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Winds of up to 60 mile an hour. Pea-sized hail possible, and a tornado is also possible with the system. 165,000 people are in this warning. They did mention the fact that a tornado is possible. I'm going to check that. It's hard telling because of how the... I'm not really noticing any rotation on radar. Wow, an area with less than an inch reported 2.5 inches of rain. Alright, so where's the HRRR? Okay, here's the finished run. How's it going into California by 5 p.m.? So that'd be very, very close. And it enters Nevada by 3 a.m. shocked on that. But yeah, you can see all the individual cells firing up at 4. Come on, buddy. Oh, shoot. And one of the key things to remember here is that this is not a wind threat, but this is a rainfall threat. Some of these places can receive 3 times their annual rainfall totals. Alright, so these are the 2 areas with flash flood warnings. Hold on. About here. And then right about here. These are the 2 flash flood warnings about. And there's a severe thunderstorm warning right over here, as a new round of showers is coming straight for it. With constant rainfall. And totals such just south of the flash flood warning are over 6 inches, 6.5 inches of rain recorded by radar. So right about here. And this area right here got approximately over 6 inches of rain as well, the highest in the US so far. Wondering if San Diego is going to mention the rainfall amounts in their flash flood warnings. There's so many. Let me pull up radar. Alright, this is it. Perfect. Alright, yeah, this is a lot more entertaining. Alright, so this right here is the flash flood warning right over here. And this is the severe thunderstorm warning as it begins to approach. These are thunderstorm gusts, not tropical cyclone gusts. Right there's the radar loop. There's a flash flood warning up here-ish. There you go, pulling up Los Angeles's radar. It is a disaster right there. Amount of rainfall they're getting pulled into there. This is likely going to happen throughout the next 10 hours as the system leaves the area. There will be constant rainfall being dumped in the area. And pulling up the satellite, you can see it right over here. And that's why this is under flash flood warning. And this is why this area is under flash flood warning. But you can tell it's not just this side, it's also this side. Even though it's supposed to be circling around the center, it's not doing a good job on that. Because now both areas are going up. It's getting sheared to death. And showing the GFS, you're able to see how far it extends. And there's a better imagery if I pull up the United States. And this is where you can really see how far it extends. Right through there into Canada. And then there's your 91L heading towards Texas and Mexico. And something else to note about Hilary is the sea surface temperatures there. Hilary, well, it doesn't necessarily matter anymore, as it's now over land. It's just as bad. But the sea surface temperatures in the Gulf of California are exceptionally warm, 31 degrees Celsius, which is enough to support sustained convection over a long period of time. And that's why there are flash flood warnings, as this is heading straight towards California. Alright, its center is approximately right there. No, it's glitched. Okay. Yeah, you got your 2 flash flood warnings, severe thunderstorm warning. I guess I have to use this imagery for right now. Alright, so this shows how little the convection is compared to where it was at around minus 60, 65. Now it's down to minus 40, some spots at minus 50. Right over here, that's going to be the most intense rainfall. Which generally, it's not a lot anywhere over here. Something else to note is that there is a lot of mountainous terrain in this region of Arizona and California and Mexico, and the higher the elevation, the stronger the winds will be, potentially even hurricane force sustained or hurricane gusts. Which the higher elevation you are in, you're likely going to get that. Also, you're able to see on this imagery how dry the air is outside of it, and it's starting to get sucked into it, pushing into the circulation. Because it's just a void out here. And then when it's just dry enough, it's able to push into it. Yes, right. And also there is a Japan threat, once again. Not as much as it was looking like before. It just mainly determines on how long it takes to develop. If it can develop within this 72-hour period, we would be looking at a typhoon threat for Japan. We already got a system heading towards Japan, but that is not likely to form because of the hostile conditions. We also got newly named Tropical Storm Emily, which is not looking too good on imagery. The system is beginning to fall apart due to the higher wind shear going straight up to the northeast. And the system is not expected to impact land at all. We got 91L causing very bad conditions in the Florida Keys, and the system is expected to continue moving to the west towards Texas and Mexico, where it could become a brief tropical storm. We also got 90L, which already has its act together with a good circulation, could be named either tropical depression, 8, or Tropical Storm Franklin. And zooming in on it, you can clearly tell that there was a defined circulation, and now convection is trying to sustain over that center. If it manages to do so, it will have enough time to strengthen and could become potentially a hurricane before it hits the Dominican Republic or Haiti. Afterwards, it has to rebuild its structure and still could become a major hurricane out in the open Atlantic. Models have been consistent with this, and all ensembles do support this. They have it curving from the east, curving to the east, then curving to the west, and then it is not likely going to be a fish storm, as it will impact potentially Bermuda, and then potentially a slight chance of impacting Newfoundland. Models really want to develop this within the next 12 hours. Into tempered lands. Flash flood warning has been issued for Los Angeles. Alright, 2 new flash flood warnings are out. What burn scar area? That's not supposed to be there. Oh shoot. Alright, so the flash flood warning including Los Angeles, Long Beach, and Glendale Beach. Let me pull up the rainfall amounts there. Expires in 8 hours. Rainfall rates of 1/2 inch to 1 inch per hour will be common. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 3 inches are possible in the warned area. Heavy rainfall with embedded thunderstorms are expected, and local rates of up to 1.5 inches per hour are possible. 9 million people are in that warning. And we got the flash flood warning for Octilio, El Centro, Calexico, and Brawley. That is a new flash flood warning. And it's inside of the thunderstorm warning, severe thunderstorm warning. Doppler radar indicated heavy rain across the warned area. The expected rainfall rate is 1 to 2 inches in 1 hour. Rocks and mud is on the main highway. I'm trying to pull up flash flood information. There is still potential for a tornado in this. But rainfall rates are up to 6 inches in this one, over around, right around here. And then the storm report for the mud and rocks on the road are over here. And we got for the other one, up to 4 inches of rain have fallen right over here. The other flash flood warning just extends it over down here. So that brings up our total to 4 flash flood warnings. Let me pull up a mesosector. Alright, this is the one in Southern California right now. Getting heavier and heavier rain. This is the one for Los Angeles, right down over here. And be getting constant rain. So if I pull up the visible imagery. There it is, just constantly moving in. Non-stop cloud cover, and then you got these storms. Pole storms just firing up instantly. Heading straight into the warned area. And then Hilary circulation is around here. Alright guys, I will be ending the stream for around 30 minutes to take a break. So around 3:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, or around 12:30 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, the stream will be running once again.